where if you're looking at chonkers and you're actually dissecting it as a POI, it's similar to Tilted in that it's almost like 3 POIs in one. And so in theory, you can split it, which is why I'm sure, right, in that qualifier where we saw things really go down, you know, I'm sure some of the teams are thinking, guys, we can all live in harmony here. Like, we ain't got to fight. Like, this does sort of happen though, right? When one team oversteps their boundaries, it does just sort of make other teams go, well, okay, if they're trying to take this, we're going to take this. And then all of a sudden, you end up in a box fight and things are going crazy. So today, a bit more harmonious, it seems, right? But we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, we got Refsguard and Scram as well on the screen. They put the EU in glue, right? These guys are always side by side. The issue is not as sticky yesterday or so far just in the competition. It seems like sometimes they're on different pages. Scram might go down first, Refsguard as well on rotation towards the end game. Because of that, they're still in the semifinals. A team I think we're all surprised to see at this point, Levin. But you know, Zeke's in the business. You're also in the business talking with Refsguard as well in terms of how he has a scope for the competition. They should be fine today with a lot of the competition that was holding them back now qualified. The question is, can they take control of the lobby with forces such as Aqua in the business? One other team to mention as well, one I'm interested in, Fastroki Kylie. When it comes to semifinals or lobbies that are kind of offset, the vibes aren't like, you know, completely constructed as to what it looks like, who will take height. They do the most surprising things and tend to interrupt other teams. So I hope to see exactly how they go. Meanwhile, Aqua defies the laws of physics and just drives over water, looking for his next spot in the game.
Yeah, and I like that rotation from them, right? You can see the zone did pull towards that west side of the map. And so what they're doing is they're trying to go northwest, right? Trying to stay and avoid as many teams as they can, take the less congested side of the zone to avoid any sort of issues moving forward. And we'll see if that pays dividends towards the end of the game when they're dealing with Surge. Hydro and Belusi, you can see here they're dealing with Surge as they're 68 above.
And they have the best experience. If you're into stats, if you're just, you know, predicting by the numbers, if there's 11 teams that qualify, they were the 12th team yesterday. So close overall. I think they missed out by 12 points. So it's just a couple of eliminations. It's just a few placements. They possibly have a chance to qualify very well today.
Yeah, most definitely. I actually was quite impressed with them, although they were so close, but yet so far from qualifying. I think they actually do stand one of the better chances, especially if you're talking the 6 most consistent teams by the end of these 5 games.
Ties him though, wall to wall with another team. It's so different watching all these perspectives. Loki Clement just have this end game blueprint plan. Meanwhile, there's some teams that might not be as experienced overall in having that blueprint. They just go fight after fight.
Yeah, but their blueprint plan might have to be adjusted a bit because they are below on Surge, right? And so they have the gear, they have the loadout to go into an end game, but they ain't going to make it there unless they start doing some damage. And you can see they are forced to take this fight. And we'll see how much their opposition will give them. 50 below isn't too much of a hole to try and beat, but they are going to have to start hitting shots sooner rather than later.
It's just one shotgun shot. A few little sprays. Oh my god, that is exactly what they needed, but unfortunately, Floki misses. Another angle. Not pressured fast enough for long enough. They're still now 62 below. Dwindles even further. They're falling. This is a skydive in terms of damage. It just keeps getting lower. 70, 98. We're almost at triple digits here, 11. 2 missed opportunities, and they're looking down bad.
Yeah, they just got to tough it out though, Shio. They can't stop now. Got to make it quick and dirty if they can. And you can see Floki just really trying to find the angle, give himself any advantage, but cheating, they're doing a good job of just holding their ground, staying back a bit. But now, as you can see, the lightning striking, this is where the desperation kicks in, and so Clement will have to bear fate to that. Takes a bit of damage, but now realizing, guys, we gotta be careful because we might get pinched in. You can see Milad's duo as well, trying to find an angle. And Clement's done well to just sort of get out of there. He was stuck in the middle of 2 teams now, moving out a bit to make it a bit more of a triangle as they rethink their strategy.
And this is not a dollar store engagement. It's not going to cost just 1 or 2 pounds. Almost all the brick gone from Clement's inventory. This is a very expensive trade back and forth to keep them in the game.
Yeah, and that's going to be really rough moving forward now because it basically means they have to play for a refresh at some point, right? You can't go into the end game with as low resources as they have now. And so regardless of what their Surge situation looks like, ultimately they will have to make a power play soon.
Looking at power right now, maybe a struggle for it, actually, from Aquanoa Riley dropping down. Okay, up on the force. New competitor coming in today with wings. Sundown. Big on them in terms of their performance, but at the moment, they're looking kind of rough. It's just Force in the box.
I can't lie, I think O'Reilly's rubbing off on Aqua, but you saw the way he just jumped down there and tried to get in the box or Swift like. I'll see you, Aqua. Maybe he's feeling it, you know what I mean? Play with O'Reilly a couple of weeks, maybe I'll be feeling like that as well.
We can only hope, because they need something today, 11. It just seems so general. We haven't seen, you know, the difference maker that Aqua is when he's inside this game shine at all this entire tournament. So today has to be that day.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Aqua, though, is that many people want to know whether you can actually teach an old dog new tricks, right? Because we know he has his philosophy, he has his idea of how to play the game, but to some degree it's a bit outdated. Some of his tactics are a bit outdated and they don't often work. And so really and truly it's up to O'Reilly to see if he can sort of, you know, convince him to change his ways and find a new direction. But I do believe they can. There have been games that I've seen where they aren't actually just only coming to high ground, they are playing mid. And maybe that will come into play today. You can see this replay though, and this is what is happening all around the map, right? Storm Surge forcing people to do crazy things. Kefi going down as Melody, his teammate, will follow as well. This is just rough, man. You know, because you spend all night, Shayo, thinking, how can we deal with Surge, right? How can we go into tomorrow's games not having to worry about Storm Surge? We can just coast our way to the end game. And then things like that happen and you can't really control, and it's almost unpredictable in a sense. So I feel bad, but they will have to hit the drawing board, come back in game 2 even stronger, because there's no giving up now. Like we said at the top of the show, big stakes. You want to be playing in that final, and all you need is a victory royale.
$1.3 million in that final as well. That is kind of the stakes that are at stake. O'Reilly and Aqua want to see it. They want to be in the cash and the money, but the zone does not agree with them for the moment. Maximum distance rotation. I think they're literally one of the furthest teams. And they got Skyzoo and Jox in front of them to get past.
Yeah, and I wonder about what's going to happen with them, because you talk about the resources that you go into endgame with, and O'Reilly's health is suboptimal to say the least. And every time he opens an edit, looks at one of his opposing players in vicinity, you can see the mouth watering, right? You know, he gets excited. He knows that in a one-on-one engagement with most of these players, you know, he can get the best of them, right? But it's about picking the right spot and finding that right timing.
Talk about timing, you have to kind of bring up fast rookie overall as well. This man, this is the blink if you miss it individual. Whether he's playing with, you know, Ardent Pizza, Kylie, whoever is rolling in with him, for some reason you switch off of his POV and suddenly it looks like he's in a different game completely. He's playing Fortnite 2 or something. I don't know what is going on with this man, but he just ends up somewhere else. There has to be a superpower. There must be a camera on him at all times. He's one of those, like, you know, mythological creatures that comes in that you have to put into like a facility and keep eyes on all the time, where it freaks out.
I just can't believe you got a Fortnite 2 league there.
Come on, man.
All right, look. Rescard and Scram, they might be wanting to head into a different game if things don't start to look a bit more on the up for them. They've finally gotten their way into this 4th zone, but the trajectory of their game is still yet to be decided. Floki, Clement still dwindling on the materials, not even in a comfortable Storm Surge position either, right? 16 below, so that means they committed all the materials, all the resources, and they ain't even good on Surge? Not looking good at all.
I don't know what this, I mean, it feels like they're always just filling up the bucket a little bit to where it's, you know, kind of heavy. They don't have all the water inside their basket. It's just they get towards that surge line. You see how fast it falls. They were 98 above, now just 21 below. They're not finding surge as they move. It seems like there's a little bit of fear at play, but you can't be scared right now. I understand it's nighttime too. The sun isn't shining inside the game, but that doesn't mean you have to, you know, you can't go for these shots.
Look, Shayo, in every cloud, there's a silver lining, right? Because if they can get a refresh at this stage of the game, top teams, when they get refreshes 50-50 right now, can win games, right?
Absolutely can. You look at some top teams falling for the moment as this free edit comes as well to another one. Everyone's just affected by surge. Rescard scram down. I saw Floki get a pick up on Amplify as well in the field. It may be Hardfind even taking a little bit of damage. Kaizen also getting some trades. Everyone is active and just trying to get things done. 58 people alive means 8 more need to go down before the lightning stops striking. But look at all the elements at play. There's fire down below as well. Players will have to adapt like water and fit any box or make new ones and just build things up from the earth. This is tough. And everything is just rough. Even Malad, the air, he can't breathe. He's choked down. And you miss up an instance at all, you waste a few seconds. You get beamed from the back. Jeff loses his teammate box to box.
They couldn't even fight fire with fire there. There wasn't really many options for them. And Jeff really has a tough time on his hands now. he really is going to have to get to work if there's any hope for them to have any sort of significant game one. Look, we know teams are going to be trying to go into these games looking to win. It's that reboot around style of game. But at the same time, consistency what matters. Kanye for Strokey. I've seen some creative car rotations, but that one was very ambitious, but it might have just paid off, right? You can see where they've been able to position themselves in zone. And so maybe things are actually looking on the up for them here.
Possibly 152. You want to stay in those triple digits and be closer to the 200 mark when it comes to that threshold. On the right side of the screen, you can see it. Also want to be somewhere in the center of this zone because it could pull kind of anywhere, but you can be adaptable to seeing exactly where it is, zero risk. So that might look good. Rayad finally goes down. I think I saw him get knocked down 4 times in the feed. But it was all going down. This man's a survivor, but he can't make it to the half-to-half.
Yeah, and you can see now Aqua and Nora Riley trying to give and Flores some problems. This is getting crazy, innit? I don't know where that vehicle came from, but it is long gone now. You can see only one Spider-Man web shooter charge left in Nora Riley's inventory, and we know they like to play height, and so I don't think they're really going to have many options in terms of whether to play a high elevation. But at the same time, you can never really doubt these guys, right? They will find a way.
Definitely. Well, I'm not sure what Aqua's finding right there. They were trying to go for some type of purple loot. Unfortunately, use one of those very important charges. Meanwhile, fast working Kylie maximum zone rotation, and Kylie doesn't make it. I'm not sure if the enemies know below that he's actually knocked into his box, but it doesn't matter. Someone else beams him entirely. These players, they're very aware of who's actually in the air, and they will find that knock when it goes down.
Yeah, and so all of a sudden, like you were saying, man, his game is just turned on its head. And he's trying to play frontside as if he is a fully strong duo, but ultimately, teams will be aware. They will know, hold on a minute, there's just one guy top in there. Let's focus him. Let's dwindle down his materials, and it is starting to look rough for him. He's got them peppers to play with. So at the end of the day, he may be able to stay up for just that bit longer, but things get really rough as the lobby starts to take shape. Andy, who we saw try to play for height in yesterday's games, trying to maybe do the same thing again, staying on them high elevations. They'll be over his shoulder every once in a while to see if they can take height from him. But now this is where the game really kicks off, Shia.
Zara's Hoke all the way up on height. Just rain down as many shots as possible. Floki, Clement, this is the mid-ground position and perspective. Unfortunately, Clement down. They're kind of that dynamic duo that need to have both players alive to really push forward all the way towards the end of the game. It's all left over to Floki, but we've seen him clutch before. Can you keep doing it? When you're solo, you want to play with that storm. At the same time, there's so many people who are knocked back there for the moment. Clement sees one. It's Rovas' partner, Krusty. Floki did take out one half of the duo, and he confirms it with the other, but he's running out of time. Meanwhile, Aqua, no, Riley, they have gone close to height. Is there a possibility of the glider coming up with Aqua? No. He's gonna have to just run straight into the zone all the way towards the back. He has no idea what's going on, but somehow almost has height again. Yes, they have it. It's like destiny has arrived for them. It doesn't matter who's up there. They have a refresh in the box as well. They can just jump down and get. No, Riley and Aqua are here to play and end this run for themselves in possibly game number 1.
It doesn't matter how many blunders they have, they just can't seem to get checkmated. They will play for height, and they will continue to build their way on up, but a fight will break out for it. They've not got many resources left. Norani's only got the 5 builds, now down to none. And so if they're able to hold height from here, that will be a huge mistake on the rest of the lobby's hands, because right now, this is what they want to do. You can see Aqua doing a great job to hit that launch pad, stopping anybody from being able to use it to usurp them. And so now the continuous fight downwards, they need to get an elimination if they want to stay in this game. They have no materials.
They fall by Letchi. Coop's also down in the box. Frack has kind of blocked off all the shots, but Noah Riley is down. Aqua now on the backside by himself. 3 different duels around him, and he has lots of choices to make. You talk about being checkmated. The pieces are now starting to stack, and he has to make multiple decisions at the same time, actually dropping all the way down towards the low ground. Sick in front of him, not sure if he knows. There's a wall at the back. Slovy's there too. It's a 1v2 for Aqua all the way at the back though. Razumi's also down there right behind him. There's a hunter, a prey, and then another hunter beside that prey. It's crazy. Fracto and Coop, they've equalized all the way up top, and Timber, a log comes down to interrupt the rest of the people down below. Aqua finally down. Crazy also gets fallen to Swilliam. 6 different teams left, down to 5. We're at the final moments of the first game. Zycod, the previous height holder, also gets completely denied, and Skyzo is just skirting by the storm, but doesn't have enough to stay inside and alive either. Shmeki takes him down. It's Slove with control with Sick all the way at the front. They started near the back, and now they're towards the top.
They gotta be careful though, because right under their noses is one lurking solo who will be trying everything he can to keep his team in the game. Coop and Fracto, how they've ended up here, I don't know, but this is where they want to be. Zone going down elevations. Coop,
oh no,
actually messing things up. So all of a sudden, he's left Frack all alone. They're dropping like 5. They've got to be careful because this is their chance, this is their moment, and Coop has put that in jeopardy right now.
Absolute cost of maintaining that height. The mats are down, but Slovy's also picked apart as well. So now we're down to what looks like a 1v1. Sick is going straight for it. He dodges towards the right side. Can't find the feet though. He's gonna go for the 180 pump shot, but it's not gonna be there. No, not just yet. The heavy shotgun's in the inventory. It's just one pellet and needs to land big. Actually takes the high ground. He's kind of insane. The positioning is nice, but you have to secure this win. Spider-Man going up top. He's insane. Frack, his teammate down, but he secures the win.
I thought it was lost. Coop went down, Frack had no materials, but the Spider-Man web shooter once again comes through in the final moments to win the game for Frack and Coop. How has he done this? You can see here, he's not got many charges left, but he rises and hits the shot. What a play. They don't disappoint. Frack and Coop will be in the
A 3-second swing, maximum pendulum, ultimate combo from Fraction. I mean, we saw Vino's clutch yesterday, but this one had some style.
I don't know how they keep pulling these off. The huge shot when he needed it, ice in his veins. I can't wait to see how the desk breaks that down, because that was a crazy game.
Yo, what? It was just game number 1? Is this just yesterday all over again? We watched Vino do something very similar, and now Fraction and Coop come back and they say, we're going to start the day on the hype levels of yesterday, okay? We're going to make sure you guys are entertained. My goodness. I think Levin broke it down the best, right? Ice in the veins. In that moment, you have this 3-second window. I know I'm going to go up. I know I need to land my shot. Now, for pro players, competitive players, right? They have that crosshair placement on lock. And that's all it was, right? You go up sundown, you just say, look, just don't think about anything. It's all instinct. I have trained for this moment. Just put the crosshair on them. Let's confirm this. Let's go to the finals.
Yeah, well, he had no other options, right? You have to work with what you're given, and just having the web slingers, no builds to close the distance, and he hits the gorgeous shot. But we talked about so much on the start of the show how today was a new day. Coop and Fraction played awful yesterday. It was a really rough set of games for them, and we even commented on it towards the last game, where it's like, wow, we hope they're able to really put it all together, come back, kind of reset, and do it again tomorrow. Well, he did it immediately, and look at 12 light bullets. He doesn't even have the option to take a fight from the low ground, because otherwise you're just spraying up shotgun shots and you never win that fight, Reese.
Yeah, we also just discussed, while the cameras were off there, the utility, the usage of the heavy shotgun, the fact that you can use it from the hip fire, the fact that you just have to have good aim with it. That's exactly what's happened. That's the first time now that they have qualified through to an FNCS finals. I saw before this semifinals week, I saw on Twitter their coach Fox, saying how prepped these guys were. And when I saw yesterday's gameplay, similar to you said that sundown, I really think that was the case, right? When I watched it, I thought the off spawn was messy. Even now, watching that final game, we saw almost that choke there from Coop when he started to drop down to low way too early. I'm not sure if he fell. We could have just missed out on that point. Either way, not the play to make, but Frack absolutely coming in clutch, picking up a huge victory off the first game and straight through to the finals.
It's so good, dude. So clean. I cannot believe that's how we start the day here in Europe on day 2 of the semifinals. Of course, we can't forget, remember, the Victory Royale means you're going through to the finals. Fraction, Coop, welcome aboard the bus, boys. Find yourself a seat. We'll see you next weekend in the finals of the FNCS, and the first time that this duo will be there. Now, we cannot forget, so 5 at the end of the day, the top 6 will also move on. So you're looking at people like Slove and Sick, right? We watched Sick there in those final few moments of the game. They almost put it together, but it was just Fraction, right? He just said, look, now is my time. I have put in the work. I put in the time. And right now, I just need to stunt on somebody, Sundown. I just need to go up and say, Spider-Man web shooter, let's go.
Yeah, it was a brilliant way to pick up the victory royale as we now get a look at our teams in 11th through 20th spot. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the right-hand side, seeing where the point averages are at. We see 11th currently sitting in that 29th spot, but 6 on that first page was 35 points, which is a little higher than we see on average. So you can tell that maybe Europe is going to put a little bit of a stake in the ground there, and the consistency might be a little bit harder to earn. However, so far, it's been all about the explosive victory royales.
Yeah, I'm currently already seeing a trend where, like, yesterday we had a bunch of our teams that have gone through from these kind of popular drop spots. Like, yesterday we had so much going on in Camp Cuddle off spawn repeatedly over and over. And in that final game, Mustache Malibuka managed to win things out and qualify through. Don't win the game, but win the drop spot off at that point and qualify through. Now, when we're looking at the way the leaderboards are shaping up, the team that they were fighting against so far, which was Tazian and Schmecky, they're already first, right? So it's like I'm already thinking in my head. I'm playing 3D chess, going a couple steps ahead here. That next weekend's finals off spawn and Camp Cuddle's already looking real good.
Isn't chess always 3D, Reese?
I don't know. I don't play
No,
it.
Sundown, stop.
This is my first
I don't-
attempt.
You know what? I was gonna hang out here. Out of here, man. Just get us out. Get me out. Let's go back to the casters. Take it away, boys. Just go to them. Go to them.
Looks like we castled over to this screen. Levin, am I right? That's what I'm talking about? Maybe? No?
Usually, bro, I'm back in it, but you caught me off guard. I'll be real.
Either way, it's amazing games we're watching today. There's 4 more to go, 5 total, 11. If that's how we're starting out at 100, do we have the capacity to go to quadruple digits, the hype level of 1,000 or something? Because I don't know, man. I'm just here.
Look, we got 4 more kings to crown, so I think
Okay,
we got a big couple of. From here, like you said, right? You can't possibly.
If that's Coop and Frack as well, I mean, you know, Sundown mentioned it yesterday, struggling completely. Some of these teams that we saw have rocky starts end up just becoming diamonds. You always talk about the pressure level. It might be something good for them to, you know, get that day 1 experience.
Yeah, for sure. And like in Coop and Frack's case, you know, Frack used to get bantered, right? Because he came last in an FNCS. Today he's the first to qualify, right? So things can quickly turn, and hopefully this time, right, he doesn't come last in FNCS. I don't want to jinx him, right? But, you know, this is people's opportunity to really get their way in there with all the big boys. We saw a lot of the best players in the world qualifying yesterday, and now to put yourself on one of those lists as well is a huge opportunity.
Yeah, we saw a lot in that game 1 as well. Potential from certain teams, right? Aqua and O'Reilly looking pretty good. A lot of teams really expending all their mats to hold high ground. And even a close 1v1 towards the end, some of those teams, Levin, fell short. Clement and Floki, you know, they're tripping me up as well. They're getting tripped up in the game a little bit. A duo that we're used to seeing survive, not actually thriving in the end game.
But that's what makes me scared, because that game looked like a game from yesterday, right? And you sort of hope to yourself, maybe, you know, over the day, things have adjusted. Maybe they've gotten a bit more compact in the end game. They're more tied together. But again, a bit of a sloppy end game. So we'll see and follow that throughout the day. And if they aren't able to pick things up, they might not be on that list of qualifiers.
Yeah, I feel the game is also being kind of fair to all the players. Yesterday, we were kind of at rocky reels the entire day, too. Wasn't too bad with the zones. If we end up north, if mountains get in the way now, Levin, that's where things start to get tough.
Yeah, I like the mountain zones, right? That's a theme in Fortnite that's literally been there since Chapter 1, the OG original map, right? I know some people think, oh, Tilted. No, Tilted weren't there, by the way, right? It was the OG map where you just had a mountain zones all over the left side of the map. It was craziness, but again, right, you still get these even at the highest level of Fortnite today.
Yeah, and one thing I also want to point out, it feels like having high ground, a little bit of a curse, right? These low ground teams keep swinging up and taking shots, but who will swing again in game 2 because it's right underway?
This is a huge game, absolutely massive one, because it is a tug of war for that victory royale, and they got many different teams pulling away from many different sides of the map. The side that we'll be watching, though, Chonkers Speedway, big one, because Floki and Clement, who we've seen have a bit of a rough start, got a chance to do them right.
I mean, we mentioned it before, the friction is not here at this drop anymore, right? But what does that mean for both teams? Because I'm seeing some new struggles for them that we didn't really see throughout the qualifiers. Maybe we saw a little bit in day 1, but because you fight off spawn, you end up, risking a little bit of your game, but securing another part of it. That's Surge. You end up doing damage to some players. Both these teams, Swilliam and Floki's, unfortunately, aren't dealing enough damage at all, and both really, you know, succumbing to that Surge level. Maybe they're destined to fight at Chonkers Speedway.
Maybe they are. Are you instigating the battle right now?
I'm instigating, man. I'm that guy in the back. Like,
you are that guy, Shaq.
I'm that guy. I'm yelling, you know, swing first. Like, just do it.
Rah, you're going to let him say that to you? Nah, not me. Personally, I wouldn't.
Personally, I would have had that. That's a violation right there.
Yeah, I love it. Nah, it's one of those things where ultimately, sometimes that's what happens, right? Teams go, look, we've struggled with Surge the past couple of games. Like, we didn't want to fight you guys, but at this stage, man, it's probably just way easier for us to actually just take the punt and see if we can beat your spawn instead of trying to, you know, pick off scraps of damage throughout the mid game.
Yeah, no, it's tough. You used to be a player a little bit. You ever have to struggle with Surge?
Me personally, bro,
Yeah.
I wasn't the damage getter in my teams.
Wait,
right?
were you the tarper then?
Well, no, not either. I was just.
Wait, hold on.
I was the ultimate support player. Well, back then, though, right? You know, back then games were a bit laggier, right? And my PC was bad, right? You know, I was down bad on the setup. So like, if I ever tried to like peek out to get Surge, like I'd go down to like 30 FPS. Like I'm lagging everywhere. Like it just wasn't ideal, you know. Don't tell my teammates that. They didn't know that, right?
Yeah. No, of course.
Yeah.
Did it all, man. Support players. They don't talk about them enough, you know?
Guys, we deserve more respect, right? We are there to support. Without the support, what is there, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
just the damage, the tarping, the points, the everything else.
yeah.
That makes sense. This is one team I also wanted to point out as well that was right beside Scram and Refsguard. Zaka, his teammate Zara as well. They had height for a little bit of a second. This is going to be fine, by the way. Don't even need to cast over this. Scram's not in any trouble whatsoever. Hold up. Is that two people in this box? No, we're chilling. See what I mean? Wings actually going down. This is actually something to talk about. I mean, when I asked you after show yesterday, we were talking on the desk as well overall. We assumed that Wings and Force would roll in, and they would be looking really good when it comes to, like, you know, expectations, them qualifying maybe, and just leading the lobby at least if they're not getting wins. Second game so far, and Force is kind of by himself.
Did we though? Did we? Or did you? I don't know if I'm feeling
We
Wings and
did.
Force.
This is a we operation, man. We sat there, we looked at the teams, we ranked this one the highest. Was I dreaming?
I don't know about we, man. I don't speak French, bro. I think that might be a you.
True.
You got a replay from Greasy here. Look, I think a lot of the teams who are flooding in right into this session, the 11 teams who came in, I think a lot of them will have their struggles. Because a lot of them, you know, ultimately there's a reason why they are one of the Session 2 teams in terms of trying to qualify through. And they weren't the ones in the Session 1. They've not necessarily had the best of seasons. And so I don't just expect things to magically change because we're here in the semis. But in terms of Wings and Force, there is a chance for them because, you know, they're not absolutely no-namers who have never done well in Fortnite, right? They have a ground level, they have a baseline at which they can hit, but as we just saw there, Scram was in no trouble. He was, you know, fighting bots, it felt like, if they want any chance of playing in the final.
You mentioned no magic. I mean, I saw some magical skies are there, and I'm wondering, with him and Jocks, why aren't they, you know, kind of in this conversation to qualify and be towards the top as well? They've had, I feel like, the most experience in fighting so far. Skies, whose shot is just kind of insane, maybe just eating a lot more on the plate than you know, is there. They're trying to have their cake and munch it down too. It's unfortunate because they get into so many fights, so many risky circumstances. That's where they probably get fragmented so hard.
What flavor cake would you be if you could be a cake flavor?
Red velvet, bro. You want to know why?
Why?
Silky smooth, like Refsguard's drop downs and edits. Look at that.
Oh.
Look at that with a pickaxe too, man. Slice it up. Slice it up, dice it up. That's what I'm talking about. Am I having deja vu, by the way? I swear to God, they just literally had this exact same fight in the same box. There's an old shotgun minis there too.
I think Wings and Force are just giving them practice. It's like, so Wings went down and like Force is like, okay, goes like, guys, run it back. Let's get into the same positions. Cool. All right, cool. Let's do it again. Yep, nice. Bam.
Force goes down and just whispers, there'll be another duo coming. Remember this fight. I was just like, you hear that? Yeah, man. Iowa guards and stuff, they're just freaking out, you know?
The Iowa guards. Hey. Well.
Nice. Syndra's revenge. I like it. First team to go down, right? Kind of in that first game?
Yeah, they went down real early, I think. So nice to bounce back in that second one. Yeah, do you have high hopes for this duo?
I have medium hopes. I have the allocated amount of hopes. High hopes for everyone, you know what I mean? But if I'm being honest right now, Syndra, this is their first game. Just kind of waking up. You know, they kind of hit snooze on the alarm when they jumped into the official game number 1. But their game 2 is their one right now. Floki, Clement, not sure about their auto insurance, but it looks to be hopefully set up well. They do not have a whiplash to play the rest of this game. I think this is where the trouble starts, right? You look at the minimap, kind of close to where they're supposed to be. Overall, it's going to be a top right side zone, kind of common overall for a lot of teams to deal with. The issue, though, I feel like these guys save a lot of their mats by using vehicles. And over again, their car just seems to get shot down, and they have no mats. Bad surge. Nothing looks good for them.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to make a claim on insurance here. I think they're making some rough decisions in terms of how they use their vehicle and the areas where they take it. And like you said, this is now really huge for their strategy because ultimately they're not good on materials, right? They need to get their mats up and they rely on that vehicle, like you said, to allow them to save some. So again, another game where in the middle, it's not looking too good for Floki and Clement.
I feel like I'm watching them in endgame already, trying to clutch, like playing the zone. Like, they're not down bad in terms of mats, so a refresh is needed. When it comes to this side of the zone, though, there is kind of a throne, which is the bugle. Kind of control it, you end up kind of, you know, allowing people to go back and forth through your own kingdom, and rightfully so, it's Aqua and Noah Riley who are dead center all the way towards the top.
The bugle looks so silly right there. It's just like 5 teams just postured around the edge of it with Noah Riley in the middle. Like, that just looks incredibly silly. And I hope the zone pulls very far away so they all have to move at once and just fight. Yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
That's your take? Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with the take.
Yeah, man. BZ.
What do you say for these teams, right? Is this kind of just like, you know, rolling dice in your hand and seeing what comes out when there's 4 teams looking at each other, edge zone?
This is where it gets messy, right? Especially because you look at some of them teams. Those were the teams that were involved in the power tower island fight, right?
Yeah.
And so a lot of them, this is the first chance for them to stretch their legs and just look at this. I'm sorry, I can't consider. Look at that shot was so perfect from production. Look at all these teams, and look, these teams, they are positioned here because they know, right, that with the zone pulling towards the east, like with the zone pulling towards the east, they know that there's going to be teams rotating in from like that sort of central area of the map. So if you are positioned high enough, you will be able to get some tags. But the problem is the one team to open up to try and get some tags will just be shot by all the other teams, right, looking for tags. So it's like it's a perpetual cycle of just endless, you know, teams trying to get tags on each other.
We had aliens drop down in Fortnite before as well, right? And I know that Noah and Aqua are like the VRs overall in comparison, or like the VR champions overall compared to everyone else around them. But what if there's like some hive mind effect that happens towards all these other teams and everyone just starts to spray Noah and Aqua's box, like at the same time?
That is always like the biggest fear, right? You know, that's why, you know, you never want to edit up, never want to get too excited, you know, keep to yourself a bit. But I'd like to hope that wouldn't happen. If it did happen, I believe they would probably just be able to drop down into like the building, right? Because they're on top of a building, so they'd probably be able to drop down and be all right. But yeah, that is always a possibility.
I'm giving Revsguard and Scram till game 4 to win, straight up.
Really?
Yeah, and if they don't, then possibly they qual through consistency. I know, very risky bet. You know what I mean?
Shayo has spoken.
That's my base take of the day.
That is your base take. Well, where are they going here? So they're pulling real far north. And I'm guessing they want to try to find a better angle and a position here in zone, one of these northern hills, or maybe they're actually going all the way around. They're wrapping to get as far east as they can, play a less congested side of the zone, which might be a good play.
But these boys right
well, yeah, these are
high up in the air.
Look, an example of a team who didn't have the most long-lasted first game, and so this is their real first taste of some mid-game action in these lobbies. Almost as high as a great statue there.
Foundation. 62 below though, so maybe they need to start to go down towards the ground and reassess what they're doing, because I understand Rangers here, they're going to be able to maybe take a few shots long range. But unfortunately, I think the only people, they're going to be moving around are in Whiplashes, in Sedans. There's not going to be a chance for Frey to really find a player from this angle. Too many trees, my man.
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? In terms of just in this area, the lines of sight are just horrid, right? So much trees, changes in elevation, little hills and ridges that people can sort of rotate through. It's really hard to get any sort of consistent tags in this area. It's different, right? If you're in the south of the map, where it's sort of the desert terrain, there's not as many trees and shrubs and things that can sort of get in the way. And so if you're sitting on one of them hills, you're a bit more prosperous. But in this area, it's a bit more difficult. And you can see this is the play that Frey and Kiddo are going to try and make to deal with their surge. And it's actually a successful one. They get one knock, but the job's not done. And Frey, he's on the aggressive, trying to close this one out as quickly as possible. And the player will get away, but still, a good job. It puts him just above. And they've got a lot of loot to deal with, and the fight still isn't done.
Yeah, they need about 150 more damage to maybe even deal with the next surge. So definitely they're safe for now, but doom looms the distant future. Elvis Krusty, they were down by just 10 surge. That is quickly amplified to 75. Things almost getting 10 times worse. They are chasing down though. They have the right angle now inside all their opponents' bills though. Mosh lets them through. Relvis goes down first. Is the trade there? No! They get absolutely sandwiched. I mean, they have no other decision. Mosh and Kiko though, blessed with 2 free heals.
Yeah, Kiko and Mosh, not a team I'd want to run into. Kiko, very proficient controller player. And so you probably don't want to be running into that box. Nova and Hardfine in a very tough position, stuck in between a rock and a hard place, quite literally. And even though I was just talking about how maybe you don't want to run in the controllers player box, it didn't work out for Hardfine. He goes down. And so Nova, with 24 HP, will do his best to stay in this one. But with just a couple wood builds left and 2 very, very agitated duos around him. Look at the duos he's stuck between. Kylie Sproky, Clement Floki. This is not where you want to be right now, my friend.
Very good loot for whoever does end up finding and taking him out. Legendary ranking is 7. You got the web shooters as well. They have the potential for another highlight play. We're seeing differences today for some teams. Castery, Vortexia. Once again, maybe it's just the fear, but this was the duo to be scared of. They were literally bullying POI after POI, rotation after rotation on the right side of your screen over and over again. Unfortunately today, down on Surge, not getting into as many fights. It might be a difference because, yeah, fights are risky, and that might have been why. But in qualifying, you don't want to have the other extreme as well, right? Of just taking done completely. And Nova's waited out long enough to be in a position to be able to revive Hardfine in just a little bit of a second. We'll see if it works out. Aqua, meanwhile, he is soaring through the air. Noah Riley quietly coming in behind him. They'll just go straight towards the east. It looks like Levin. I mean, I've seen this endgame a few times before in Cash Cups and EU. It tends to repeat itself once it starts. We're going towards the islands.
I still can't get over the thought of Aqua. Just, he's looking a bit slicker than usual. I don't know. He clearly feels quite techie right now. Do you know what I mean? He's feeling it, but like you said, this zone gets very messy in terms of endgames. It can be quite unpredictable, and so in the case of Aqua and O'Reilly, they'll want to keep the web shooters charges as high as they possibly can because they will come in handy in these zones.
If anyone has a boat in their inventory, that might help as well. Just to throw it down, maybe a patch went through and that's possible, but most likely not. So yeah, hold on to those web shooters. If you have pads, got to use them as well. Everyone's really basing up and praying in this little complex of builds. The zone doesn't go any further into the water. Lies in 56 below, just has to hit the best shots possible. Look at this. Unfortunately traded back. It is a back and forth for a lot of these teams. If you're not doing it long range, you're taking risks inside boxes. And for Hardfine Nova, it was just very messy. They had a nice chance to stay ahead. Nova was the one that ultimately probably also got Hardfine back, but look at that, a third party in there. Floki with the sideways beam. I mean, it's just tough.
Yeah, that was real tough. You saw there, Hardfine actually did well in terms of his individual 1v1 fight. But the third party spray coming in, them MK7 rifles, and you have 2 people coordinating a spray, it can be very tricky to deal with. And so that was what made them meet their demise. But for Floki and Clement, that's really good. We talked about how they were looking very scuffed earlier, but Floki sitting at max materials, looking good on the loot. He's got some shields, the chug splashes, the minis. So things actually not looking too bad for them as they move on towards the latter stage of the game. And so maybe there is hope here for this duo, Shire.
I mean, might have to throw all hope entirely out the window. You might need an extra player worth, or complete mats, or just a 7th inventory slot. I know there's 5, but 2 more to navigate this entire zone. It can go really anywhere back towards these islands. They have to travel kind of overseas, back and forth in the endgame zones. It gets so tough. So every team's just basing up, trying to be as minimal as possible with their mats. Dropping down brick and metal right now might be a little bit smarter than wood, because there are a lot of buildings you can just end up refarming. That's exactly what Clement and Floki might just do.
You can see they're 141 above, and they have 2 pads, so they're going to use one of them to get in. That was the biggest concern, right? They had to traverse through the water to get to the zone, and so they're not even going to bother, right? You can see this team that Scram's taking shots at, they are going to try use their materials to muscle their way on in.
There's no way.
Bro, some teams, I'm telling you, bro, what else can they do, right? If you ain't got any movement, though, bro, you got to just commit the mats.
Every team is looking towards that island, and these guys are trying to swim. They're swimming with sirens above them. Please shoot me, kind of, basically. There's no way that you can stealthily get across. This might be an instance where you might have a little bit of chances to move. People getting a little bit greedy and not focusing the teams coming in, trying to land shots on the peekers. But this is tough. Frey also down too. Kidwo now by himself. Some teams definitely fragmented, but the game has slowed down enough to where we will see Surge in just a second. 6 people will have to go down.
Yeah, and it's looking real rough for Kidwa, like a fish out of water. He's getting suffocated. He's trapped in between so many different teams here, and eventually he'll be squashed out the lobby.
Filleted.
Is that how you like your fish? Real man myself.
Nice, nice. Turn up the heat. That's exactly what's happening for these players. Both productive right now. Triple digits down below. 170 up to 130 as Sires just got one little bit of a trade. There's 200 in the other POV. Alumo, I mean, they were here a little bit yesterday as well. Huddy up top, always under control, having the best positioning, and he's gonna just clap back completely. Is this a 1v2? Sires now down to 1 HP, and Surge will take him out. Huddy survives. He lives on against 2 players desperate in his box.
Wow, talk about breaking the ice. He did a brilliant job there as a solo. He had the backing of Surge, don't get me wrong, but still to keep himself up in that position was never going to be easy. And this isn't easy either. Clement, Floki have some eyes on them, but doing a good job now, using that metal, deterring those teams from spraying any further. And once again, this is set good unless they get out of control here. They got a duo just spraying on their one wall. And Clement does well to get out of that position, but he's got to make sure he doesn't go too far, because he might run into another team that wants to get in. And all of a sudden, Clement actually down to 0 HP from 200. Floki now with just 83 as well. How do things just turn around so quickly for these guys in such a negative way?
It's a robbery. It's a complete hostile takeover. I mean, I feel like we watched Floki and Clement from level 1 henchmen turn into CEOs as they keep rolling in. And after that absolute bankruptcy, like, it's just tough. It was one wall they left unedited, and Andy just comes flying by. This man doesn't care at all about your builds, and now suddenly Clement's gone.
Yeah, from boss to absolute bum. Floki down in the dirt. He's got a big job on his hands. It's not going to be easy. Look how Andy and Strokey.
What are they doing?
Sitting on their own.
How are they alive? No one's even looking at them. They're focused on the zone. They're going back to land, and it's up a mountain. The absolute escalation, it looks kind of insane. But at the same time, Fast Roki, Kylie, they have max distance. I understand no one cares about it for now, but how are they even allowed to swim that far?
Yeah, this is going to be real difficult. Scram and Rescard, though, I thought for a moment they were going to take a look at them, just try to see if they can get anything in, but they've got a tough rotation now as well. Are they looking for a pad to rotate? They are, and they will find one. And so first move, that's not it. They're 75 below. They want to win this game. Just doing well isn't enough for them.
Are sticking together, and that was one of the issues we saw yesterday in terms of the mistakes they were making. So right now it looks good. Meanwhile, Floki, kind of a solo. by himself down low. It's going to be tough for him to actually move forward with his game because he used so many mats to get to this position. The end game just started, and my man is out of gas. You can feel the pressure too. Unfortunately, some edits being missed left and right. Directionally, where do I go? Is it straight? Is it the side? I don't know. Pickle's the one who has high ground for the moment, but with Aqua and Noah Riley in this game, with the Spider-Man web shooters also available for both teammates who are sticking so well side by side. A little bit of a hesitation there from Noah Riley. It looks good.
Yeah, maybe the web shooters aren't all they're cracked out to be, because he did suffer a bit of damage there. But this is where the real suffering's happening. Floki, nothing he can do in the back of the zone, down on Surge, down on HP. He will be out, but it's not done, because we have a battle for height as the game really shapes up. Pickle and Melgard were on it, but they have been taken down. But they're not out of the fight. They're still staying on the high elevation. Maybe at one point they will be able to take it out, but meh, Pickle, with such little HP and such little materials, chooses to go down.
3 duos, 6 players with an amalgamation of builds and layers. This is kind of insane right now, all the way on the high ground, and I don't think it's over yet. They have kind of distanced exactly how far they are from other teams, but as you can see down below for Stepter, there's not going to be anyone at the moment that's just ready to give up, and unfortunately, a square edit might just cost him all his HP. Fire Hunter also down inside the box. This man looked confused. That was a horror movie, and it's Fastroki and Kylie straight out of hot water all the way up for high ground. Rescott and Scram are also waiting right down below, but the question is, who else is also fighting for height? I see Bevies going down. Melgard is up against Fastroki, and Kylie is still alive. They're both trying to win their ones and control this height. It might be possible, and it looks like after just a small moment, they do have it confirmed.
How they ended up here? They were looking like they were in the worst position on the map, and now they're in the strongest. The theme we've seen with so many of these height teams, they lack materials, but these guys are full of resources, and they will look to close this one out. Refsguard and Scramdo actually compacted the duo together, and this is the chance they have to win it all.
The lobby has not given up, although Fastroki and Kylie, absolutely good retake overall all the way towards the top. Noah Riley and Aqua still kind of alive. He has lost Aqua right now and taken a little bit of damage. There's a lot going on the low ground. Meanwhile, Kane and Cruel still there in mid ground, looking very, very good overall in their position. Andy also alive with Z-God. Restaurant and Scram are not done entirely, and Bubak is also alive with his teammate all the way down below. Noah Riley also taking first place on the lobby. He's just popping off with every single elimination possible. He's going from box to box and just spraying, praying, and getting every single Elam. That's Bubak going down. Another shot on the right. He takes a little bit of damage, but he backs up. He's taking his time and re-healing too. How does this man find the time in these little pockets to just breathe again?
Noah Riley in his element right now. This is where he wants to be. This is where he feels electric, knocking socks off of feet, and he's going to look to try do it again. He has the means to, but does he have the HP? As he drops down to the bottom. Oh my goodness, we're seeing Spider-Man players coming out again, as we see Fastroki being forced down off a fight.
3-way fight for height. Kylie goes down to Pickle. Now it's all up to Fastroki. His duo 6 eliminations. It's Matt 0 though, and Fastroki is down. The duo chokes their high ground position. It's Kane and Cruel. The pattern repeats again. The duo's bullied an entire day before in the semifinals. Have something to say here. They want to get this win. They want to catch up to everyone else. And for Kane and Cruel, let's have a little bit of a journey. A few more duos in the way.
But their mats are in the red, Shayo. It's not going to be easy. There are still teams below who have the means to close it out. They have no means of staying in this game unless they can hit the shots and coordinate it well enough. So everything's still on the line, and Crew actually goes down in the feed, which means that it's actually Kane all on his own up there.
You say teams, I see solos down here splintered, fragmented, broken apart from their teammates. It's just Scram down below 6 different teams, though. This might be the first iteration of a heal-off we possibly see, too. Look at how far this bull goes up high. Moving all the way down below. Andy by himself inside the mid-ground, and Scram right below him. Bilad finally down. That's a high ground fight, I feel like, and Cyro's just insane getting that trade. Walks, though, takes down Kane, so that's another one going on above Andy. The attic is just crazy right now. There's too much damage and footsteps running around. It's loud. Meanwhile, down low, Scram with the spray. He survives, but he's panicking. Breathe, my friend. So much above you. 2 different players. He sees one. The beam is there. Andy down in the crucial mats fall. This is the rain he's looking for. No umbrella, though. He's kind of running out of mats completely. Just 7 left for Scram. He's looking for it. Surprise! It's Wux! It's a win! It's a takeover! That's the second victory royale.
What goes up must come down, and Wux came down like cats and dogs. He was not expecting it whatsoever. You saw the panic in his crosshair, and that will mean second place for them. But Wox doing a brilliant job as a solo. It's still FNCS, but that game literally felt like a solo game, right? 5 solos at the end. He drops down and hits the key shots, and a beautiful way to steal the win away from Scram and Refsguard. Wox and Milad, game 2 winners.
I think Wox will have to also understand, yeah, man, these low ground teams with these Spider-Man web shooters, they're doing some crazy things. So let's go to their lair, let's go to their house, and end things there first.
Yeah, they did a brilliant job to steal that away. We're seeing high ground teams winning it all out, and they were able to deliver. Desk, break it all down for us, because we didn't see them coming, and they were able to steal the win away.
You know, Levin, sometimes you just got to run it back textbook, right? This is a textbook win here, Sundown. This duo, well, Wox, comes in and they say, look, okay, we're aware we just need the victory out. What is, in the grand scheme of Fortnite in general, what do we need to do to win a game? Claim high ground, be patient, make sure you're just pushing everyone down. As soon as they're all fighting, that's it. That's your moment to shine. But then Wox also says, hey, I know yesterday I watched Thomas HD do some crazy things. Let's just go for it, right? And again, Scram and Refsguard, they get so close, even closer than the game before. But unfortunately, wasn't their game. It goes the other way this time, Sundown.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not sure what textbook you're reading here, because we ended up going down to just a full solos here at the end. A 1v1, v1, v1. 5 solo players have an opportunity to clutch it up. Unfortunately, Refsguard falls just short of doing everything you need to do. We talk about how in these clutch moments, you can't make a single mistake. And while he was doing incredible during this run, making sure he's identifying targets, finishing off his eliminations, or excuse me, Scram was doing so, he was not able to cover himself up right at the end. You can see his run coming through on the side, making sure he picks those up, getting the enough HP. He burned through a lot of his med miss early on. Here's the key elimination he ends up getting, but keep an eye on the materials in the bottom part. He ended up just running out. He had one more, picking up the elims there and covering himself, but at the end, with still 7 more mats left in his inventory, knowing high ground should have probably been out of mats, he doesn't cover his sides. And because of where he was on the grid space, he's so low, Wox drops down and all he sees is a giant headshot target and a free ticket to the finals.
And for Wox, like, look, that's an easy win for that final shot, of course. The rest of the game, huge clutch up for both of them. That actually is now the first time they've made it to finals. So 2 of our teams in a row, first time making it to finals with a big victory royale. And it's quite interesting because they are, I don't want to classify them as Spider-Man players. I feel like that's not doing them justice. But over the first qualifier, they were fighting over that drop spot, which is just to the south of a lot of the action that we've already seen so far, which is what the Loot Lake volcano down there. So they've basically landed on those Spider-Mans and they were fighting over all through the qualifiers. Now that has come to fruition. They've managed to actually do something with that, pick up the victory royale and punch their ticket straight through the finals.
And it's the perfect time, right, just to make it on through. This is huge now. 2 duos, like you said, their first FNCS finals. That is absolutely incredible, and that's what Fortnite's all about. But my question about this duo, Reese, will be how can they hang moving into the finals? It's going to become that much more difficult, especially in the set lobby. So we'll have to see. But once again, congratulations, Milad and Wox. And I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but still, congratulations to you guys. You're going to the finals. Now, what I want to do is kind of take a moment here to take a look at our leaderboard. Remember, top 6 are the ones that move on after these 5 games. How is this kind of shaking out? We see Fast Roki, Kylie trying to make it in the top 6 Sundown. They're still being kind of kept out for now.
Yeah, so one of the big thing is keeping an eye on that top 6, and we're already seeing there's a little bit of a distinguishing line. 15 points between 6th and 7th, with Boofing and Bevies currently holding that last qualifying spot. But don't forget that some of those teams in the top 6 are more than capable of winning a match. We know Aqua can. We know that Scram and Refsguard just got incredibly close. But additionally, too, there's plenty of space for teams to make a move here, Reese.
It is. I'm actually going to say, you're saying Refsguard and Scram can win a game. I'm going to bring up this stat yet again. 3rd time I'm going for it now. They've only won 1 single game in a set lobby ever while they've been playing together. And that was while they were playing with Stompy, who's a game winner himself. So, that 2nd place there is the kind of games that I'm actually expecting from them further on throughout the rest of the tournament as we switch over to that 2nd page now here in the 11th down till 20th. A lot of the players who in that range easily can clutch up throughout the next couple of games, right? They're just so close at this minute. 1 good game and that's going to fire them up into the qualification range of top 6.
Or, hey, put them straight through the finals, right? We'll see, Reese. We'll see. It is that time once again. We're jumping into the next game here from the FNCS. So let's kick it back on over to Levin and Shyway.
Thank you very much, guys. First 2 games were amazing, but it's a new test, right? Going into these last couple, Shayo, it's about whether you can be the same animal but a different beast.
Absolutely. You want to make sure, you leave people with a question. What would I do if I didn't win? For some of these teams coming up, I guess we'll never know, right? It's all about making sure you have that win. Consistency's there, but you want that guarantee before Game 5 rolls through.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult because we've already seen a lot of these teams really struggling when it comes down to it, right? The fact that last end game looked like a solo game where you have so many of these different duos just fractured in different ways and just trying to piece anything they can together to try get the victory royale. It shows, right, how hard it is for these duos in these final stages of the game.
Yeah, that was us actually whispering to the players, so many people are always like, yo, we want this mode to be trios, squads, this, that. We're like, make it solo so, the solo people get happy for just one end game. So we'll see what happens in this next one. I mean, we saw some craziness, but there's lots more to come. Game 3 is right underway.
Game 3, everything is coming up to a wrap very soon, right? You have a lot of duos still yet to qualify, but a lot of them really trying to make sure that this is their game. Everything that you've been working towards this season comes down to this. You can see in the bottom right, Till, Julian Com, one of the duos who hasn't actually been able to have much success yet, but one of the duos who just came in session 2, right? They didn't get a chance to play session 1. This is their opportunity, going up against Nipsey up in Greasy, and a good start. Julian Com able to pick up the first, and so Nipsey now has a tough task in his hands. I've seen fights here play out very, very differently, but Nipsey did well there, but Till has the HP advantage for now, has to reload his SMG.
Just go. Oh my goodness, it was still so close. 35 HP or 25 HP overall. That's just kind of insane.
They made that way harder than it needed to be. I just like I want everybody at home watching, right? You're watching, I'm thinking, wow, intense off-spawn battle, like Greasy, no, like they should have made that way, way easier. But props to Nipsey, right? At least making it a bit spicy. But yeah, hopefully now they can go on to have a decent game without any more hiccups like that one.
Let me give you this hypothetical here, Levin, right?
Okay.
Say you are absolute GOAT of what you do, right? World renowned. And there's a award show coming up. Would you want to be there via red carpet, big limousines, or just rolling in, kind of through the back door? What would you prefer?
See, me, I like a show. I like the attention, I like the lights.
Like you're the
So
best too. Like you are the best right now.
Yeah, and I want everyone to know, so I'm rolling in red carpet. I'm rolling in as well, like 10 man deep. I gotta have my guys with me, the entourage. Like I'm going all out.
Okay, so where I'm going with this is, you're F-Guard Scram, you're Aqua and O'Reilly, you're considered, one of the greats. Are they gonna be fine with consistency? Do they accept the award, right? I'm not sure they can deny going to the finals, but are they going to be comfortable? They're going to be in their elements, at their speech in the finals, when it's their moment, playing. If they don't get in right now, the big way.
I think in the case of Scram or F-Guard, they're going to have to settle with sneaking in through the back door, because you're right, they have the stature, the name value of one of those red carpet teams. But like Reese was saying in session 1, historically, this duo's never won games, right? They're not game winners. And so I would be surprised if all of a sudden, game 3 of session 2 of the semifinals in 2022, they decide, hey, let's win a game. You know what I mean? So I think it is going to have to come down to consistency. In the case of Norani and Aqua, though, that's where you're really asking me a tough question. If they don't win a game, I cannot guarantee you they will be in the top 6 with consistency.
Looking pretty good right now overall. 4th place, 71 points. Or I guess 2nd officially, because our top 2 teams have rolled on and are inside those finals. That being said, the zone does play a lot. The factor about how Aqua and O'Reilly play, how Splash and Jamsit also get to play. When it's a central zone, a lot of teams get a little bit more freedom overall on how to move around the map. Some teams, though, aren't really allowed to play before that zone's even shown. Bubak getting through Elam's back and forth, but Splash Jamsit, they're just too good at picking players apart.
Yeah, Bubak doing what he does best there with a high-firing weapon. You can see the disappointment in his eyes. I love the player cams, bro. I love the player cams, but you could see the pain in his eyes there, the disappointment. Oh, gosh.
You know why I love them so much? I never see him coming, and that one was big. That's wide Bubak right there. You know what I mean? That was just in my face. Enjoy it so much, though. It's tough. It's still tough. Not to, like, you know, laugh at that misery, but a few more games coming in. Bubak always aggressive as well when it comes to fighting, so that might be kind of the key to their success. Maybe getting these fights in early. Karma staying alive, went for those pinches.
Yeah, and I'll give them props, man. I would have been way less composed, man. They wouldn't be able to show my camera in that situation. I'm flinging keyboards, mice everywhere. That's me. So props to him for having the composure, the calmness. And you can't allow yourself to, right? You know, you still got a couple games left to play. You can't allow yourself to lose your head. Like I said at the start of the show, a lot of these players would have just been playing a solo cash cup. And if you've ever played a solo cash cup, you know it's very, very easy to lose your composure after playing that. So a lot of these guys would have had to reset and, you know, sort of keep themselves in a positive mental state because, you know, these are huge games. You can't allow yourself to be triggered. That makes, you know, cause for easy mistakes, easy oversights.
It's nice to have like a teammate beside you the whole time as well, right? So
yeah,
that's what we're talking about. And if it is patterns that we're looking at in terms of how games are won today, you know, it's been from teams that haven't really been to finals at all. This is their first time rolling through. So we're watching Clement and Floki. We're talking about Noah Rally Aqua. Might have to start focusing on some of these teams that look good but haven't been to the finals before.
Exactly, right? You look at the teams who made it through yesterday, all of those teams were very, very experienced players who have played many, many finals, right? And so to see today, the teams who have the least experience being the ones to make it through, very, very different balance. And we're seeing that in the way the end games are reflected as well, right? Very different games, a bit scrappier, right? And so I don't expect much of that to change as we move forward. Kane and Cruel, who were looking so good last game, who just didn't quite manage to do it. Cruel went down and Kane was a solo, wasn't able to hold on. And you would have thought today would be easier for them at Covert without Thomas Tayson and Vino's duo there, but now a bunch of teams flocking their way in.
Yeah, and these Covert teams have been kind of the flavor of height. You talked about Kane and Cruel and how they kind of changed the game but couldn't hold on. Same thing for Pickle and Meld, right? These guys were the first ones to overtake Fast Rookie Kylie, have the difference made. I think it might have even been Pickle overall as a solo popping off towards that end game, starting the chain, starting the reaction. And now you see them all side by side. This is where the story starts. I do see a quiet voice here, though, inside this cavern. And Dreda, Flois, Levin, I'm on the map. Where are they? Well, what are these guys doing today? Because I don't see them. They're not here. They're not marked.
It's an example where, you know, you have two very big names in the region, but they just haven't been able to make things click. They haven't been able to make things work. And it's a shame because we saw them switch over to Cavern, right, at the end of yesterday when they realized that the big boys were well and away, but it still just hasn't been able to reap much benefit for them.
Yeah, when pressure matters most, I feel like that's where Flois starts to show up the most. You know, when it came to trios, I think it might have been season 7, season 6, Kaiser with Flois rocking in. They won one of the most important games to get them into at least qualification range or overall to just boost them up the standings, right? And make them move over to the next stage. Maybe they're more so a game 5 team overall, but once again, stakes are very different here. We watch a normal Fortnite tournament. Everyone has different mentals overall, right? Yeah, we kind of want to win. We're playing kind of for consistency overall. Everyone here is trying to win the game.
And when you actually look at those two as players, right, they're two of the more measured and calm individuals. And in these games where things are so scrappy and chaotic, you know, you'd like to hope that they'd be able to be the calm in the storm and really sort of find some sort of a control in these environments. But, you know, again, they're just another team that's really struggling with that in these lobbies.
I mean, you want some shallow statistics? Like, they're not true at all.
Oh,
but it's just what I feel. I feel like right now we have the most capitalization on mistakes situations. So cams for short, okay? They're the most cam situations going on. And I'm making that claim based off of what I saw from Floki and Clement, right? Left the wall open for just to air out the window, right? Someone was cooking some food, it was stanking up the box, and they just wanted a little bit of fresh air. Andy right there in a fraction of a second, right? Kane and Cruel have high ground. Fast Roki Kylie chilling. Fast Roki asks Kylie, yo, Did you leave the stove on? Did we lock the car? Boom, Pickle's there. Fraction of a second. The cams are insane right now, Levin, right? In these situations, I mean, I have no stats to back this up. I'm just making claims once again. But it seems like the pressure's on Sfro. And Dread and Flowis, maybe they're overthinking. Maybe too much is going on. They can't handle the cams.
I'll be real, bro. I don't blame them in that situation. If my mum turned around and said to me, Yo, did you leave the stove on? I'm shook, man. I'd lose all control.
And then Pickle's right there next to your shoulder.
Yeah, you're right.
Boom, bop,
you're right.
You're done.
Yeah. Tough situation. Cams. How many cams per 90 do these guys average?
I honestly don't even remember the term I even made what it stands for. So it's gonna be tough answering that question as the inventor of the term.
Okay.
Not my brightest moment, so I'm just gonna say 4 or more than 4.
4.
Yeah.
They average 4 cams per 90. Nice. Wow. Floki and Clement, they have struggled to capitalize on
that was a wonderful
mistakes.
Yeah.
Capitalize. Where's the A?
Where's the A?
Where is the A?
Dude, am I bad at math and English? That's crazy.
Look, it's all right. See how I'm keeping quiet every time you do math and English? I'm not good either. I'll just shut up, you know?
You're saying away so it doesn't leak into your system, man. It's smart. That's smart.
Wow.
It's troublesome, man. It's troublesome. Zigot Andy, I think this is the first time we're actually seeing them kind of in the lead consistently as well. That's cool. Very proud. Unfortunately, every time we do see Zigot and Andy at a form of the lead, you know, if it's height, if it's good looks, greener pastures, I see him crashing down. Not trying to jinx anything or call for a certain pattern, but they need to defy, you know, what they're set up to be to move onwards in this competition and go for the finals.
Yeah, and you're not wrong about that, but it's not going to be easy. You can see the below on surge. But like you said, things just haven't quite worked out in terms of their ability to win the games. They're staying very consistent. They're getting deep in, right? But we talk about being able to identify your win condition. Once you get to 8th zone, you just got to start thinking, yo, how do we win this game, right? Yeah, we're sitting comfy on mid-ground, we're sitting comfy on the height, we're sitting comfy low, but what's the actual pathway to winning this game?
You want to know?
Go on, hit me.
You have to basically throw all your strats in a blender, blend it up, and then just go with what comes first. I feel like everyone that has a plan so far is just absolute shambles. You look at things yesterday, right, Levin? It's all FNCS crazy finalists who've been there before, the goated names, they're moving through. You look at today, as we said before, it's brand new names. I feel like they're just adapting. They're just going crazy with it. They're rolling with the tide. Meanwhile, some of the old guard, they're not on surfboards, man, on this big wave. They're just trying to swim. They're trying to do things their own classic way. That's not the theme of day number 2.
You're right. You're spot on there. I think the big thing is, though, right, a lot of these teams, as they're blending all these strats into one, you know, you got to leave some of the bits in there, right? You don't want it. You want to leave it a bit chunky, give yourself a bit more options. But some of these guys going a bit too ham on the blender. Do you know what I mean? It's all good and well having a smooth drink, but if you can't pick out what your strat is going to be from that point, things get rough. I'll tell you that much. Look, another game where these guys are below on surge mid-game, but not too far. They should be able to do enough damage, and I think the big positive for them is that they're looking good on materials in this one, and maybe this will be the chance they do get enough damage to get just above, but they got to be careful. We'll wait for that to update.
Some visceral imagery with the chunkiness.
One above. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Would you consider the chonker tires making a car more chunky?
Ooh, yes, but you know, I like a bit of chunky. You know, I feel like chunky has, you know, the negative connotations, but you know.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, you know, from a statistical standpoint.
Yeah. No. I feel
Yeah. That's tough. This is kind of just gruesome for a lot of teams. Looking at the storm surge situations we talked about, Zigot and Andy. Every time in the lead, it just seems like a curse for them. No difference here right now. What a good attempt from Andy as well against Clement. That's crazy that they're in the situation, but now finally capitalizing. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to a different team beside them at a low cost. It feels like every time we watch Floki and Clement operate, They have like a V48 engine. The gasoline is just getting chugged the whole time. Mats are being siphoned away. Their shots are being siphoned away. And the fight lasts forever. I'm watching like an opera go down. I'm here to just watch a 1 hour action movie. You know what I mean? So like this time though, it was very fast, quick. You know, speedy YouTube video, the highlights of a movie, so to speak, or just one set piece. That was a nice timed fight.
Yeah, don't leave too soon though. You might miss the mid-credit scene because it's not done, right? They still got a bit more action in the tank. They got to make their way towards the zone. And this is what's happening elsewhere in the map. 70 below, Boofink, Bevies. Oh gosh, this was rough. Just not much you can do there, right? We talk about this season's meta. You can see the SMGs so strong. And so when you've got two players who know how to coordinate their sprays and just get in on you, it can be so suffocating. And Bevies suffered that fate. So back to the drawing board, back to the lobby. Refscud and Scramdo still alive in this one, still trying to make up for last game's wrongs. Maybe this time if they're a duo, they will be able to win that low ground battle instead of fall in second place.
You can see the difference in drive between both teams as well. Kylie and Fasroki electing, you know, not to talk too much, be quiet, maybe a little bit more romantic as they go through these mountains. Meanwhile, Refsguard, Scram, not sure what argument they're having inside that taxi, but it's loud. Refsguard just shooting shots at the window in the bushes as well. Their vehicle takes like half its HP's worth of damage. I'm not sure if it's just like a flex thing, if they need to have the action as a part of them while they move, but man, these your cars, they're gonna suffer the fate.
It's a thing, is that like they've been doing that all game.
Right?
Like, at what point does it end, boys? At what point does it end?
Oh man, no, Riley Aqua, they are popping off right now, and even from yesterday. Top five, stay alive, but they want to win a game, right? Like, even with consistency, it's looking good so far. You saw yesterday, though, you want to hit kind of near triple digits to get that 120 mark. That's where you kind of lock in your entire tournament in terms of being in the top 6. They're almost past that halfway mark, basically, with 72. But winning would be huge. And that Rocky Reels, you can control height. You can have a little bit of strategy. You don't really have to worry about water whatsoever. So we are in the element, in the domain of Aqua and Noah Riley.
The big thing with Aqua and O'Reilly is the past 2 games, they've gone down in 9th place, right? 23 minutes and 14 seconds in, 23 minutes and 9 seconds in, right? So they're basically going down at the exact same points in both games. And the big thing is about whether there's some iteration now, whether there's a readjustment in their strategy, because, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Forget the peace signs. And then Floki gonna need to try and make things better for themselves as well. We talked about how they're one of the red carpet duos sitting in 8th, and that might be okay, right? In terms of going for consistency, trying to, you know, toe the line a bit. I want something a bit more glamorous for them because they keep getting deep into these games, Shayo, and their kit looks good. Look, he's got a Spider-Man web shooter. Ooh, what's this rotate? Oh, I don't mind that. I like that. That's all right.
It's fast, but once again, that's like Clement making a split decision reaction. We saw Floki editing a box while Clement was looking at something else. But what I'm seeing here is a bunch of different pages, and right now it's not time to read a book. You want to be on just one newsletter, one flyer together. You want to be on the same page, and it feels like Clement and Floki game after game get spread apart a bit more. That was the story of Refsguard and Scram yesterday as well. Sometimes Scram moving too fast, sometimes Refsguard falling up too slow. This time, it will be Refsguard all the way up to the front by himself, but once again, Scram wasn't there. I feel like taking these risks, although you need to for the surge, it's the reason these teams are so kind of different in the way they end up moving as teammates, and then just, you know, end up getting split apart halfway.
This is where things get really interesting. Where's that zone gonna pop? Who's gonna get it? It goes towards the southeast. And so, a tough time for about half the lobby. You can see not many teams in the lobby are sitting in zone. A lot of them here with Refsguard and Scram somewhere near it, but they've got a lot of teams in between them. And so they're gonna have to elevate to get out of here realistically. But you can see they've got their eyes set on trying to pick off some of these teams. a real tough battle down below. And they have some edits, they have some control. I think here realizing, okay, we did what we could. Maybe it's time to get into the zone now.
Gonna be tough. So many teams on all sides. Only two that really own it, but they might be just overwhelmed with the amount of players coming in. Scram Ref's guard kind of looks like deja vu from the last game. Chili Chugs pop, but I don't think they're gonna be able to find a pad at this moment. Just gonna have to run in. The zone. Aqua and Noah Rally on the right side have, I feel like, started in it overall and just made a new entire base. Just staying very chill on the web shooters as well. Meld not making it towards this cut. There is no Storm Surge up right now, but the next one will start to churn, and a lot of players will have to fall before that 7th zone locks in.
Yeah, they got to start thinking about what their options are. If you're Scram and Rescard, right, you've not got the best of mobility in terms of not many Spider-Man web charges left. I think what they have is going to basically be committed completely to first moving, which means from there on out, you're going to have to use your materials, and they've not got an abundance, so they need to start thinking about setting up for a refresh at some point. And so we'll see how they do so. You can see now most of the players situated within the zone, and it's going to be about making that journey into the 6th zone. How do you get there? How much do you have to spend to get there? If you're Floki Clement, you actually have a decent amount to spend. You can see Floki 7 charges should be enough to get him all the way to the east. A lot of teams in between, but with this higher elevation that they're on, they'll be able to see everything in their way.
It's time to swing. Hadiel at the top on a max zone rotation. Meanwhile, everyone down below starts to set their web shooter completely on fly. He'll just use the launch pad, though. Swifty not beside him. It'll be a solo effort while he's below on Surge as well. New base is starting to be formed inside that desert, though, up on top of the mountains, down below in the sand. Huddy will choose one of the higher points of elevation. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby will try to fight to see who can have the high ground. Not everyone's moved yet. Floki Clement waiting until the last possible moment. You talked about the swing 11, and here we go. Untouched, unfaltered. And at the front side of the zone, a little bit of a bump, but it's all good. Floki is back in, and they touch down at an oasis. A little bit of water, but the question is this paradise or a lockbox? Will they find enough damage to stay above, or are they in trouble?
Whether or not it's paradise or not will be completely determined on what they can find down below. You know they need to find a refresh at some point. They're going to need the materials. As you can see, it's dwindling for them.
What's Hydro doing?
Balloon Hydro, they're taking a bit too long. I know you like to stagger your rotations, but 29 HP, you're stretching it a little bit here, son. It's going to be okay. They're trying to go up for height, but again, we always have the discussion, is it too early? Do they have the resources to hold on for this much longer? There's going to be teams who look to try to take it at some point, so they've got to fortify it at some point very, very soon.
You asked that question, just wood left, and at the front side, I see Den and Naku. They're going up. Tiller from the backside with Julian Tom. He has high ground now, too.
Scram doing a brilliant job there, gets an elimination, but in the backside of the zone, things get messy. He needs Refsguard to help him, but Refsguard is knocked, and so all alone, 50 HP left. It's a no-brainer. He has to just keep on going through, but at what point does he walk into the brick wall that is the rest of the lobby? It looks like he's met his maker. Time is running out for him, but he's just got to stay alive, gain as many points as he can, help his team out on the consistency side.
The low ground labyrinth continues to grow. Meanwhile, on heights, the fight is not over yet. Aqua swinging left and right. He's looking good up top. Yes, Noah Riley still has control, so they are looking to sign their way all the way towards the finals. I talked about this zone. It's just looking perfect to be able to control. And it is going towards elevation 2. Where does it bounce next? Does it force people up? It just might. It's looking like it. 5 seconds till it locks in. Some of these low ground teams are in trouble. Clement and Floki are there just right at the edge, forcing down shots on a Belusi. How is this man alive? Does he have an extra HP bar to work with? They find the coolest crevice as well to walk right through. No issues whatsoever on the top right POV. Meanwhile, though, Aqua, Noah Riley, they're up top, forcing everyone not to be able to move. Floki and Clement find that little sandwich position, and Kepi's right above them. Kylie's also moving. Where's Fast Roki? I don't see him at all. Naku all the way at the front. He was near height, but now all the way down on low, facing up against another duo. Fast Roki finally finds Kylie as well. This is getting insane on all angles, and no one's going down.
No, Riley and Aqua is so easy for them. They've been talking the talk, and they finally can walk the walk. The zone messed up so many teams going up and down, and you can see the carnage taking place on low ground. No and Aqua, they are dancing, they are smiling. It is so easy for them They can just watch everybody take each other out below. Clement and Floki trying their best, but you can see the mats are so low. Clement, he needs to be careful. He's not got a shotgun, so he's going to have to hit heavy with that SMG. You can see Floki now in the back of the zone, picks one up. Can he find any more? He's looking very, very good for them. Floki and Clement, they have control of the low gun in the meantime, but it's going to get very difficult as things start to slow down.
Have Crazy on the front side. A quiet bounce back for a lot of teams. This is exactly what they needed. Aqua 2 max 1. He's all in. And on the other side, the beam is there inside the storm. Is it enough to take that player down is the question. Absolutely crucial denial from Aqua and Noah Riley. Yes, it will be Julian Comp going down, and Noah will find that full finish. Has another angle as well down below, but every single peak could be disaster if Noah misses.
They've got to be real careful here. You can see low on resources, trying to find where their opponents are. Tilt is going to be the thorn in their back as they try to take out Floki and Clement.
It is going to be ultimately a 2v2. Who will Till influence is the question. Aqua also low on HP overall, and we know he has no mats, so this might be Clement and Floki, the duo that's had such an issue working together, versus Aqua and Noah Riley, a duo that's had trouble just winning inside that top 10 over and over again. Two big stories clashing, and only one will make it towards the finals. We're looking for Till. This is vital mats. Take no damage, though. That's the key. Clement, a lot, though, taken away from his 200 HP pool. The Chuck Splash is there to catch it up. Can the clutch be here this time is the question. Aqua now beamed down. There are no mats up top, but the bullets are still there too. They're going for it. Coming up on the left side. He's going to go straight for the high ground. Retake blocked by one wall. Is it enough? Pull teammates all the way up towards the skies. Then cost them almost all their HP. Floki is down. The dynamic duo is doing the most, but the beam is there too from Clement. He's trying to survive, but it's too much. Clement with a big shot and a block. That's what I'm talking about with the zone. Takes him over. Noah Riley survives. It's just enough by a sliver of HP for the victory royale.
There was only space on the red carpet for one of them, and it was Noah Riley and Aqua who took that position. It went all the way down to the wire, Shayo, but in the end, it is the boys on height who won it all. It was really difficult for them. You saw they dropped down, and that was the right play, right? Because Clement got a bit too over heels, and it didn't work out for him. He didn't have enough to sustain it. He lost his teammate, and he went down, and that means Aqua and Noah Riley will secure their spot. We thought it'd be coming at some point, but it was game 3 of session 2 that it did.
Yeah, Aqua and O'Reilly making it clean, but then also scary all the way at the very end, and they will be there in the finals now in that red carpet fashion we love the most.
It's good to see them finally make it. We'll see though how it translates further on. The deaths, you guys got to break it down. The zones there were going crazy, up and down, different elevations, so many teams squashed together. Let us know what happened there.
Sometimes it happens like that, Levin. The zone just decides, you know what? What if I just threw a little wrench into everyone's plans? But for Noah, Riley, and Aqua, they managed to keep it together. You know what's so crazy, Sundown? I love taking notes. And yesterday, my notes were this. This exact duo, Noah, Riley, and Aqua, found themselves in the exact same spot as yesterday. The difference was yesterday, Thomas HD and Tayson was the ones to shut them out of the high ground and then win the game. And then they never picked up steam after that. So in this same exact game, in day number 2, without these other Titans to slow them down, they have just made a finals spot.
And I think it's also beneficial here that the zones gave them the opportunity to really kind of go and press that advantage, but it still came down to being able to clutch up that 2v2 at the end against the Solari French duo, and it was close. I mean, the resources, they were able to do it, and they were able to pull it out. But honestly, now I'm more excited about the fact that our #1 duo who is on the leaderboard just won a game, so they're going to get pulled off. They're going straight through to the finals, and that's going to make the battle for that top 6 spots with only 2 matches left just that much more interesting, Reese.
I mean, on top of that, you've got to remember, if you saw it in there looking really closely, while Aqua and Noah are on height, no ammo almost at all, almost down to completely 0. That last refresh they got just before it went into the final 2v2 situation parked them both up to about 170 each. We saw from Aqua's POV sitting down below, spraying up onto Floki up above. That knockdown was because he managed to pick up the small ammo at that moment. But huge congratulations, we'll say at the moment, to Clement and Floki too, who got second in that place. That's definitely, I mean, let's be real, when it comes to leaderboards, I'm sure they're super high right up there at this moment as well. Didn't quite see where they finished, and we will be able to see the replay at the bottom left here. But they were popping off, they were fragging, they were getting super deemed. This is like kind of the classical playstyle that I'm used to seeing. We've not really seen the quality of this across yesterday because obviously, like I mentioned at the top of the show, they struggled off spawn. But these guys are low ground players through and through. They're not game winners. They're guys who are going to get here in every single game, get through and get to those kind of third, seconds, the top fives where the big placement points usually are. And this is like a clinical example of that.
It was close, right? It's close, and this is good though, right? It's for Floki and Clement. They're saying, okay, there's another dynamic duo that was ahead of us. They're now out of the way, so they're just paving their road, right? There's these little roadblocks that are just slowly clearing up and saying, that's it. This could be our opportunity. But once again, congratulations, Aqua, Noah, Riley. Come on, find your spot. There's spots in the back over there. If you guys want to be the cool kids in the back of the bus, that's fine. But you're going to finals, my friends. It is great to have you here. But so now we still have 2 more games to go. I want to turn attention to the standings, right? We break down the leaderboard right now. Refsguard and Scram, Floki and Clement, and again, Nico and Mushi. 3 teams all tied at the very tippity top. But there's really not that much of a crazy difference between like first and then like 6th, right? It's only like 20 points, give or take.
That's right around 15, 16 points there, Zeke, between 6th and 7th. There.
I'm not good at math. I said give or take.
Like I said, give or take. It's all right. We'll give or take 5 there. As you can see, with the top team being removed, we've had that artificial shoopening happening where now, like right at that 6 and 7 line, it's 1 point separating them. There is a little bit of a drop off between 9th and 10th, but even as we get over this next page, realistically, anybody in that top 18, one decent result puts you right into that top 6 conversation.
Yeah, realistically, the players that are right here in the 11th, Delta 20th, the majority of these haven't actually even had a good game yet, right? In terms of like a top 10, top 5 in particular. And if they have, it's only been like 1 or 2. So like you mentioned, 1 good game, top 5, fire them up into the qualification threshold before that final match.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is why we spent so much time talking about it yesterday. It's so cool when you're looking at the top 6, someone gets a victory round and says, okay, well, I don't have to play anymore. There's a spot here. I'm gonna walk away. Okay, what you guys deal with this? I'm gonna go sit on the battle bus. Right? That's what we're seeing now. And with 2 games left to go, we can see this happen again. Right? We can even see a team all the way. Let's say it's the last team, 50th duo. They get a victory royale. It doesn't matter, baby. You're going to finals. We'll have to see how this all continues to play out. But for right now, we got to jump aboard the battle bus again. So we have game number 4. So, Levin, Shy Wager, back over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. Look, we were wondering, Shy, whether you could teach an old dog new tricks, but it's fine because clearly Aqua's tricks still cut the mustard. They make it through in game 3, and now it's time to see who will take up the last couple of slots. In terms of the consistency, it's looking real tight, but of course, if you don't want to have to deal with all that at the top of the leaderboard, all you got to do is win a game, right? Pretty easy, no?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of like by the skin of their teeth for every team. Although Noah, Riley, and Aqua dominated the majority of the game, these final fights we're watching, Levin, it's like sword versus sword. There are no weapons involved otherwise, right? Like, it's always down to that final elimination. It's like a 1v1 every time in this duels competition.
It's funny because you say sword and all I do is get flashbacks to the OG Winter Royale, all them swords, but no, that's not what you're talking about. Metaphorically, of course. Look, it's going to be tough. It's been tough in all these games you've seen in those closing moments, but ultimately, right, again, if you aren't going to be one of those teams that can win out that game and can do enough to, you know, get over the line, you just have to keep on having some consistency. But again, we're running out of time to do so. You've got to pick up the pace at some point.
Yeah, I feel like game 4 is kind of where things get absolutely crazy for all these other teams. Some of those at the bottom, you're right, will try to go for that win. We'll try to be a bit more passive. That being said, some teams just want to go crazy with the elims. Try anything before that last game. Before that penultimate game, it's starting and it's happening. Game number 4 right now.
This is what it's all about, people. A chance to play in the FNCS finals. We're here in the semis. We've got 2 games left for you, but we've got plenty of hungry players who will be looking to do all they can to try secure the victory royale. And Dre and Flois are no different. Landing here towards the south of Covert. They've got the better drops. Will they get the loot to reward them? And Dre heads to the henchman chest. A sniper rifle isn't going to be enough right now, so he's going to have to try to find some more loot to engage with. Maybe if he was Thomas HD, I'd have a bit more hope, but in this case, I doubt it. Another sniper rifle. It might just be snipers only. Maybe the game mode's changed here, Shy. I don't know what's going on.
Possibly. Pickle somehow, though.
Another one.
Has found a little bit of luck. Is that another one?
No, wait, no, okay.
So,
Okay.
we got shotgun ammo, a heavy pot, 2 med kits, and now what? 3 snipers?
It's what it's all about, man. I'm telling you. I want to see it. I want to see some quick scopes.
They're making this difficult for both teams, and yeah, basically, Flo is forced to use a pistol. Great weapons in tow as well. Nothing special about Covert Cavern right now. A third-party team there too. It's Kane and Cruel who are upset at some of these new teams coming in. You'd assume after surviving yesterday they'd have an easier time overall 11. But imagine watching people win from your spot. 2 teams, by the way, and then having 2 more come in the next day, making it so difficult for you to play.
Yeah, and we've seen how they've struggled to deal with it. Like you sort of alluded to, right? The loot advantage isn't very strong right now. I'm sure there's someone in Legends landing with their friend going, see, this is why I don't land Covert. It's not even good loot anyway. So many teams, but not even good loot. Trust me, guys, it does get better. There is a vault and everything, so eventually you'll see someone go big, but at the moment, it's just about finding some sort of control in this early game fight. And Flois has got to be careful. He doesn't want to separate himself too much from Andrea, because if he does get picked out, could be put in a 2v1.
Splurge of materials there just to try to get control of one little vent, and now he's just down to a single metal build. This is just tough overall. The auto shotgun, no, one more shot. Andrea doesn't have the trade, so it'll be a 1v1. And one of the most important ones for both teams so far. Siphon there for Pickle. Missed shot from Andrea. Now down to a sliver of 1 HP. He's gone.
And that's what I was talking about, right? Not wanting to get too split off from Andrea, because the moment they realized they pinched him in, and it was absolute wraps. Pickle, though, doing well to get Meldgard out of sight and out of mind as he can get the revive. But Cruel and Kane, they know that they're somewhere, and so they will be on the hunt, and Kane is very suspicious. They know, they hear him. But will they be able to close it out? And they've got the Vault Key, right? So they hold all the cards here at Covert right now. Oh,
they know this is the best possible fight they can get. What a shot that started off from Cruel. Will still push forward, knowing that Meld is low HP. One of these two have to be desperate on the other side is what Cruel and Kane are thinking, but overpeak from Kane. This is a very narrow angle, and Cruel might have been lucky with that first shot being unsuspected. Now, they'll have to actually have an invitation to go for these peaks. Both sides now slightly weak.
This is a war of attrition. Pickle and Meldgard, they haven't got much room to work with, so they're going to try to slither their way out. Oh dear, another party's rolled in. I feel like this happens at every fight we watch today, right? No matter where it is on the map, people can sniff the battle taking place, and they want to get a seat at the table. They want to get involved. And that was actually perfect for Pickle and Meldgard, right? That small bit of confusion, that small bit of chaos provided enough space for them to get out, regroup, try to get a bit of loot. And so what Cruel and Kane will do is go, okay, look, cool, you guys are able to get out, fair enough, but we have the vault. So ultimately, we're still in that. We still have the upper hand. We still have the advantage. And they'll be able to get out of Covert as well, I believe, if the toilet is there, which I believe it is in competitive. And yeah, not in arena, but yeah, they'll be good. They will be very, very good.
Cyrus and Malumo. Unfortunate battles over here, and yeah, you saw that Covert loot right there. Levin was right. It just takes some time, you know. If you're watching at Legends Landing, just know, spend some time in the cavern. Go for that wall. Maybe that's where you find big success. Wings and Force, though, finally getting a leg up on the competition at the start of the game. Malumo and Surge will just be absolutely shut down once again at Shifty Shafts. I do see a team looming in the distance on one of the mountains. Might make a move to come in, but that position, it's so comfortable. You really don't want to move. Malumo's doing some damage, though. Finally shot in the left leg. Unfortunately, this man is not going to walk again this game. We'll have one more coming in just a sec for him, and lots of more action off spawn to break down.
Yeah, who needs legs, though, when you got wings and he's hitting the shots like that? Replay from Greasy, though, even seen this fight. And it didn't go in Nipsey's favor last time round, and seemingly not going in Nipsey's favor this time. Julian coming Tilda. Ooh, Tilda went down. What happened in the 1v1? Got from the edge of my seat. Ooh, nice.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a brand new duo. Never
Yeah,
mind.
this is, again, it's happening. All the third parties. Julian Com, he hits a big shot, but it's not going to be enough with another team rolling in. You just can't get a 2v2 nowadays. All I want is a 2v2. I always have to be 2v2, 2v2, 2vx, all these teams coming in. I just want a 2v2.
Listen, I want like an item. You throw it down, you're taking to like a super dimension. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
a pocket dimension.
A pocket dimension.
Yeah.
You get to have your 2v2, you pop out, you roll in with your game. You know what I mean?
I actually like that idea, yeah. No, I'm actually with it.
This takes you to a box fight map entirely. A lot of these players are trying to, you know, dive into a pocket dimension of FNCS finals, and they've never been to that side of the realm so far. Levin, as you can see on the top right, Splash and Jams and Dope. They've rocked and rolled a little bit in those top sides of the competition. Struggling today so far, but I feel like with the more powerful teams getting taken out over and over again, with, you know, some of the bosses now on vacation until the FNCS finals, Splash and Jams, they can fool around a bit and maybe even get there themselves.
Yeah, they gotta be real careful with what they do. We talked earlier about how teams will just posture themselves all around Bugle. And so if you get caught in the middle and you don't have a big base like No Riley and Aqua did a couple games ago, things can get real dicey real quickly. Clement and Floki now, who've got second place last game, gonna be trying to run it back, but this time getting the victory royale.
I mean, looks like to be a foundation Bugle zone, and we saw what happened last time this zone was here. It was just chaos for everyone and almost an FNCS solos. So what happened again? When it comes to Whiplash as well, I'm surprised that this vehicle survived this long without taking a shot, especially with Floki and Clement at the wheel. It just seems like they like to waste cars completely and tires. They are aware that they don't have the insurance though this time, right? So they're being very, very careful.
Yeah, make sure you always have insurance though if you are driving.
That is a legal requirement, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not advocating for that whatsoever.
Yes,
for the record. Yeah,
of course. I don't think you'd ever do such a thing. Trust me.
Floki and Clement, though, I can't speak for them. You know,
Yeah,
they're doing their own thing.
they're doing them. You know, take it up for them. But on this side, Scammer Rescard, another team that has come second place today, who will be hoping and praying for a chance to get to the final.
You know, on top of the show, there was this one little package that we're asking the players. I think Rescard was involved. Would you rather have bionic legs or bionic arms? I feel like these guys either have bionic legs right now, or their calves are bigger than their chests, man. They have been running across the map 24/7. It feels like the zone has never gone to logjam once. And they have a max pull again, all the way down the center.
I feel like there's a bit of some personal bias here from you, Shai. Or you're not happy they're not getting zones? Or what?
I'm just saying, man. I'm just stating the muscular stats of the team. You know what I mean? In terms of what I've been witnessing in the weekend. And honestly, I just want one opportunity for these guys to have the home zone. Just big chill. I think we had one logjam zone, but like they had issues off spawn or something. I don't even know. I'll just say that. I'll make that baseless claim once again. That's exactly what happened. I just want to see my boys thrive.
I thought you
second win.
They ain't even getting the zone love. They ain't been getting the zone love. maybe we need some logjam zones. You know, I'm sure they would have thought, guys. You know, where the north zones at?
I'm typing it in the back end for game 5. Don't worry. Next zone, logjam zone.
Inject it.
Leshy and Swilliam, what do they need to do now? Up against Kiko Bosch, looking really good so far. First place overall on the boards. It feels like from this position, 34 points. I mean, maybe you have a phenomenal game here. You get second place, Levin, with like 5-6 elims, but this is another red carpet duo we're going to be forced to watch. There's no way they're going to get in through the back door.
I don't want to say what I want to say because everyone's going to call me mean. So I'm not going to say it.
Okay, no, we'll keep it wholesome. Is there any way you could nice it down?
I love Lechy and Swilliam, but I don't think they're a red carpet duo.
Really? No. Do you think they have a chance in these 2 games with this lobby? Or let me even, because now I can nice this up a little bit. I can push you in certain places. Do you think day 3 they have an even better chance? Or are these new duels coming in, the randomness kind of hurting them?
To answer you, Shia Wager, I pose you this question.
Okay.
Can any duo in session 3 truly be a red carpet team?
I feel like yes, if you win, 100%. I feel like you still have the momentum coming in, the experience of kind of winning a set lobby before the finals. You're still in the business, man. There's some teams that will be playing finals that never have won a game.
Sure.
Or like Rescue Scram have just had, you know, one overall. That's a red carpet experience.
You know what? Fair. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. But they're going to have to really, really improve on what they've been doing if they actually want to be playing their finals. Lexi and Swilliam, definitely fan favorites. Of course, Lexi, one of the biggest players in the scene, was doing it for ages. And Swilliam, someone who, you know, cross-region, right? You know, playing on Asia not too long ago, but now competing in the EU. And it's not been the smoothest of transitions for him, and so I'm sure he'll want to start the year off with a bang, but you know, you gotta step up to the plate, right? You gotta really be able to change your own destiny in that sense. Floki and Clemento down on Surge, not looking good on materials, looking for a box fight against Splash and Jamsu, who aren't an easy team to box fight. Pretty standard stuff for them, I'd say.
Question is, are we watching the opera again of Floki and Clement, because these fights last so long when they're involved? For Jamson and Splash, it seems like they don't go down either. It's like you're fighting the Hydra. You end up taking off one head and suddenly Splash has like double damage on his shotgun, or Jamson like moves at double the speed and you can't track him in these boxes. They just get buffed up the more you damage them down. Floki and Clement though, this is dangerous. None of these builds their own. They have to take turns jumping up like they're at a playground. Kind of crazy they were allowed to even do that, but that's because there's Zara and his teammate on the backside rolling in and making this a 2v2v2 as per Fortnite engagements must be. The reason Clement and Floki are here right now doing this, popping these splashes, the sound effects getting crazy, aquatic, is because of the Storm Surge threshold. 215 below, now up to 45 below still. And there's people creeping on their left side of the wall. It's metal, but it can't be sprayed through.
And time's running out for them. Time is seriously running out for them. I don't want to sound like a hater, but Lexi did go down. Just saying. They gotta get some damage on the board. Wowza. Okie dokie. Armored Wall comes in to stop that team from the left from getting involved. But they really need to do damage. You can't out-heal it. Floki, you need to sacrifice yourself. They're gonna go down anyway, Floki. Sacrifice yourself for the team, Floki. Sacrifice, no, Floki, oh. Goodness, I don't get why teams do that, Shiowasia. One of you can't out-heal it. No matter what you do, you can't out-heal it. Just sacrifice yourself for the team. Go into a box, do some damage, and allow your teammate to stay up and stay good.
It's a very viable, not even viable strat. That is the correct play to make, but at the same time, look at, you know, some of the decisions that happen inside that fight. Yeah, you can buy a lot of time with the armored walls coming through, right? But they then deny themselves to be able to make edits to get damage on those sides. You have to be, you know, dealing damage. That is priority number one. Yeah, surviving is also kind of priority number even one. But you armor wall up, you can't see that team anymore. You can't engage them. You put 2 damage then. You don't have the shields to survive. Both priorities thrown out the window. You're right, one person needed to go down there. And we were right so close to the threshold overall. I think we were like 72 alive or something. So going down might have been the wave 2, but this is just visceral across the map. Kefi, Melody, I mean, this is just, these fights are getting rough on both sides.
I feel like what they just did is what has happened to them in so many of these games, where they just get torn through like that. So props to them to turning things in their favor. And I feel like we just keep seeing Boofink and Bevies in these mid-game engagements, and they just go the exact same way every game. This is what happened to Lexi. In fact, I'm not going to commentate this before people call me a hater.
Listen, man, what I'm seeing right now, fight after fight, these fights are looking like, even look at this. A few of the messes or the misses from Cheatin right now. Lefty's there to pick it up, but you know when you're watching a boxing match and it's like the 7th of the 12th round, the 8th, like we're going all the way towards the end. These guys just look like they're swinging slowly. There's some misses here and there. 2v1s where one person gets taken down for no reason, or easy decisions to be made that are not being made. I feel like the exhaustion of the semifinals weekend for some of these teams that have been here for a while might be setting in.
You're right. You know, sometimes, like the example you gave, you know, the fighter's just trying to wait out the bell, you know, wait for the bell to survive. But the problem is in Fortnite, that bell isn't coming. You just won't call for FNCS. Right? So teams really got to pick it up. On a serious note, though, right? Like, it's not great, right? There's only one game after this. And so ultimately, if you weren't anywhere near that top 6, you're playing for the all-out victory royale in this next game. The stakes just get higher and higher. Slove sliding into that box, but sliding his way back to the lobby. Yikes. Sick and Slove, who I've actually been relatively impressed by in some of these engagements we've watched recently. Going down, Kiko and Moshi, my Portuguese Magnifico, has always got to give him that shout out. Shout out to Mama Kiko as well. Love Mama Kiko, just a lovely woman, you know? Lovely woman. They're sitting in first place in the consistency, which is really nice.
Some of the Elims this game. They just rocked in, tied with first. Going into this game, it was a three-way tie.
Love that. Love that, you know. That's the camaraderie you want to have with your teammates.
It's nice. I hope that good vibe lasts the whole game. And these guys don't make any mistakes going into these moving zones. And they absolutely, I mean, we haven't seen, I feel like Kiko and Mosh do absolutely completely well towards the end game, right? They survive a little bit. They have maybe a voice in the 8th, 9th zone, but I don't see them in that final fight.
Again, right? An example of just having to understand or trying to understand what your win condition is. Shmeki isn't going to have any win condition if you can't get out of this box. Messing up the edits there, and it cost him.
Come on!
Oh my goodness. Very, very lucky to be alive right now, but he was fluffing up the edits, and he almost went down as a result of it. I know it's a high-intensity situation, but you got to be on it, boy. You got to be sharp.
I have a feeling Tyson, or Tazian, I keep saying Tyson, it's just that IE back and forth. Tazian, officially saying it correctly on the 4th day of broadcast. But I feel like one of his, or his teammate at least, might have been on the edit entirely too. So you ever try to edit something that doesn't edit and you know it's yours and you panic a little bit? Yeah. That might have been the situation there. So total blame not on the player completely. Lolis as well, you're talking about POVs with SD that, you know, there is no chance for consistency whatsoever. You want to go for that win overall. 11 points on the right side of your screen, down on Surge as well. If you're talking about all ins, this is one right now that needs to happen here, or they just really have one more game where they need to win. It's one of those circumstances where half the lobby's in that same condition. It's just completely tough. The shield keg is here. Very good tech to maybe outlast his own a little bit, but they need to find beams somewhere. They have a very cool spot on the map here too, Levin. They can walk around and choose to pick apart any team. They can get in the zone even and then start to shoot. They have the time, but they're focusing on one high ground team, just putting all their options into one basket. 2 Spider-Man swingers as well, but no shots landed. Lola's SD, I'm not sure about this decision, my friends. Maybe it's time to move and get better angles.
Yeah, you mentioned their positioning.
Never mind.
They're in a good spot, right? Because they have a clear path to get to zone. They've obviously dealt the damage there to keep them just above. But again, they need to do more because in a moment, in an instant, they're down below and waiting a bit too late. And now you have a team who knows you're very low. Amplify and Flodax probably won't let up.
Amplify Flodax did not even know that they were there at the start of this entire engagement. They could have easily gone by towards the right side, used that keg while they were moving as well, possibly if they wanted to stay up and maybe take, you know, 25 damage here and there from that lightning, and then be in a spot to look at everyone come to them and shoot. Refsquad and Scram, with this big snake-built base, they can do that going backwards. They have like 4 different boxes, 8 different lines of sight, and possible double beams on a freshly built metal walls, and that's exactly what they'll push for. Not sure about their damage situation, but them being this desperate, looking for that and not focusing on position. Levin, you have to assume these guys are low on damage and they want to stay up and ahead.
Yeah, and it's going to become really important to do that because the zone's popped, 6th zone, everyone knows where they have to go. It goes all the way towards the Daily Bugle. There's going to be a change in elevation as well, and so being able to track that, forecast that, figure out how you're going to elevate yourself naturally is really important. And we're going to see all the teams who don't think about that go down really early here.
There's just a Shakespearean quote all the way back from the old days, Levin. You want to hear it?
Go on.
If it's past zone 6, you must take some risks. And that is word for word from Shakespeare himself. Yeah. That might be what Refsquad and Scram might have to do for the win, but they are ahead in consistency. They might not want to take any of those risks and play it safe. Let's see what they do.
The great Albert Einstein once said, shut up and rotate. And so for Kiko and Moshi, it's time to do that. You see, they have their eyes set on something. They're waiting for a team to use a pad that they can rotate. But that time might not come. And the zone now on their backside. And so without the pad, they have to run their way in. And it's so difficult. Kiko so low. gonna struggle to even stay alive. And as they try to build their way up as well, Moshi has to commit so many materials, and it's gonna be difficult. He's done well to get up to this point, and Kiko actually does stay alive, but it's so difficult for them, Shayo, because they don't have many materials left to work with.
Rushguard has no space to work with either. This thing is crushing down like a compactor. He has to move away. Med missed inside the storm, but I don't think Scram has the option either. And now, once again, the dynamic duo with a bounce back too. Not even insulting, but just desperate and unfortunate for them. Maybe the revive is possible if he finds Scram. It's left to another clutch, and Rushguard needs to get as many points as possible. They're right there at the lead, second place overall, and they want to maintain top 6. He must stay alive here. It's the 7th zone, but possibly all the way at the end of the 8th. It's 2 minutes of time by himself as an individual.
How can he clutch with no mats, Shayo? It's going to be so difficult. And he's at the front side of the zone. It's not like he can just pick off a solo here. The only teams that are going to be here are good ones. And he found something, and it's going to be more than enough to keep him ticking just in this one for now. 200 brick builds. He'll be okay. He can maybe stagger a bit now with those peppers. He's got the Spider-Man web shooters as well. And so maybe, just maybe, this will be enough to keep them high up in them standings.
You talk about high ground too, it's so difficult to hold as the entire ground moves so low. The entire builds towards the sky become even higher and higher. Swifty and Huddy have put a lot down, but they have to keep moving towards the bottom. They have to go into Mosh. I'm not sure where Kiko is entirely. It might be a solo operation. Now below, Shmeki clashing with Irazumi, and Leader's there to help his teammate too. Do they lose a body? They do. It's Leader by himself now. Refsguard though is clutching on the top right side. He has a formation of height, but he has to drop down once again. He finds more mats. 273 wood to boot with as well, and he has the Spider-Man web shooters to rock with. It's Mosh that he takes out. Leader now, from that low ground perspective, is in trouble too in the tall grass. He'll try to hide, but maybe even get wild and have a little bit of a surprise. It's up to him as Huddy is going to drop off of height with no builds. Boom! It's Karma who has it, but he's also there as a solo, and he drops down too. 1 HP. Boobak is there to keep the dream alive. Karma will try to catch back up, but this entire endgame is complete chaos.
And it's another endgame with duos, but plenty of solos. Boobak gets another elimination as well. This will keep him ticking along. He actually might be able to control height even as a solo, but he's got to stay aware. There will be people trying to take in the backside. Melody and Kefi, you can see they're posturing up to it now. They want to build fight. They want to make it a creative battle because they know he's all alone. And so now it's time for him to hit some key shots if he wants to keep his team in this one with a fighting chance. A big shot there, 69. Can he hit more? It's enough to scare them off. He gets the knock now as well. Boobak is hitting crazy shots. He's keeping his team in this one, but he's got to be careful. He drops down. No! He hits that shot as well. Kefi will go down. How's Boobak staying up? But it won't be enough. Oh my goodness, but Lucy and Hydro will quiet Boobak down. How he hit those shots in the first place, I will never know, but it wasn't enough to get the victory royale. Shia wager, another crazy game.
Eyes in the back of the head of Boobak, but eyes straight ahead for Hydro and Belusi. They were right there yesterday, didn't qualify by just 1 place, and they took the win away today. One of the teams that are going to be going straight towards the finals with a very, very statistic fight, Friday. You can see it from Boobak's perspective. What an unfortunate jump towards the end. So close, some amazing shots.
You could see it in his eyes. He knew how close he was to victory, to all the glory, but it wasn't quite enough. But he has one more game to do it, right? And we have one more game, but don't go anywhere, right? The devs are going to break down what happened in all of that. That was absolute madness. Guys, please give me the rundown.
Don't worry, we got Sundown here for that rundown. Wow, what a game. And this is a duo that kind of touched on. They missed that qualifying spot by 1 yesterday, right? Like, of the 11 teams, they were that 12th team that just didn't make it through. But Sundown, give us the rundown, because today, they make it.
I mean, and so far it's been about on the low ground when they are able to win through. It's playing with your opponent, and the bigger story has been how well you're managing your resources and materials and where your key refreshes are coming from. Because as we've seen, high ground control just kind of tends to peter out there towards the end, Reese.
It does, and what's interesting is the fact that if you look back to the previous match, they were the team that was on high ground, and they were the team that was taken over by Aqua and Noah Really too, who eventually ended up winning the game. So this time, they just did that little flip card on them, turned it completely around, stayed on that lower layer, ensured that they had enough materials from those refreshes, and then took an easy 2v1, because obviously it was just a mess up on height when every team was trying to win.
Yeah, super rough. The chaos, you could tell, right? The nerves are starting to get to some of these duos. because they're not, I don't want to say they're mistakes. They are, but it's just there's a lot of things happening, right? You have to process a lot of information all at the same time and then make a split decision. Wow, my brain was on there. Split second decision and then execute on that, right? And for someone like Bubak, who literally, I mean, just the craziest shots. I just don't know how that's even, that's just, okay, Bubak, listen, that was a crazy shot. But still, we only have one game left to go, boys. So what can we expect from the duos here, right? They need to do something if they want to either make it to those top 6 spots or get themselves a victory royale. Now, I will remind you, we still have day number 3 tomorrow, but let's try and make it in through today, right, Sundown? Just do it today.
Right, the pressure kind of rises up, but right now, what duos need to do is they need to be looking at that leaderboard really closely and figuring out what can I do in this game to make my Fortnite season last longer. How do I make it through to the finals? We can see some of the duos who have already advanced going through. Loot Boy having a great day, having Aqua, Belusi, and Hydro going through. Noah Wiley also joining. Then Malad, Walks, Coop, and Frack winning the first 2 matches. But everyone else, it's either win or get yourself into that top 6. So if you're in top 6 range, it's, hey, you're playing for that end game. You're doing everything you can to stay on your feet. If you're not kind of in touching distance of that top 6, it's victory royale or bust.
But look at how close it is up in the top 6. 90 points is the current threshold. Down till 10th is currently 80. So anyone up in that kind of 1st till 4th is going to be really pivotal. They could still fall out easily. Like Restguard Scram at the top, Kiko and Mosh in 2nd. These guys could easily fall out if, I mean, some of these other players have a big game. I'm saying easily. It's still possible at the same time. No place is secure. But for any of the players who are like further down, you know, if you're seeing them not in that kind of 20th down to 50, like these guys, like you asked earlier, Zeke, they're looking to win the match. It's like for some of them it may be a little bit out of the question. Not the players on this page, definitely potential to get up into that top 6, you know, maybe 120-ish points is what they're looking for. So victory royale being 30, well not the victory royale, because will obviously fly up. 100% possible for some of the players still up in the top half of this page.
That's right, man. And again, it's just the victory royale, right? Like, there's 5 games, right? Whatever's happened to you and your duo, just let it wash over. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. If you could just do yourselves a favor, secure the victory royale. No one can look at you and be like, wow, look at how bad or good you did this whole time. They can just be like, oh, you got yourself a victory royale. You're going to finals. Respect. It's done. It's said. That's it. But this is it, guys. For day number 2, we have 1 game left to go. I mean, we've seen so many of those duels keep getting so close. I'm looking at Revsguard. I'm looking at Scram. I'm looking at, like, Fast Strokey. I'm looking at, like, all these people that just keep getting so close, and they just can't make something happen. What is misfiring, right? Is it the nerves? Is it maybe just like, hey, honestly, like, we have a whole day tomorrow. Let's just kind of take today. Let's just take learnings and bring it into tomorrow. Like, what do you guys think right now?
Well, I mean, Reese has talked about it from the opening of the show. Refsguard and Scram have won 1 game in the set lobby ever. So if you're looking at their game plan, everything's kind of going according to that ridiculous textbook you talked about last game, Zeke. They're set. They've put themselves in all the end games. They've gotten more than enough points. Barring something absolutely ridiculous here, we should be seeing them into the finals. I think the bigger question is what's going to happen right around that 6th place mark. Does a team who would have been pushed in the top 6 end up winning? And then if so, which one of the little individual efforts is going to end up making the difference? Because so far in every single region, there has been 1 or 2 duos who in the final game, other than the team who pushed through in the victory royale, who has been able to impact the top of their leaderboard and make some clutch plays.
Yeah, and you know, when I'm looking at the teams who are there, I'm thinking like, who's the team who could potentially win this? And what's interesting is when I'm looking at the top 6 teams, none of them I actually pick out as game winners. You know, most of the people who are game winners who I'd put in this lobby are already there. The teams who are up in the 6 should be in, well, it's in all honesty, no surprise. The teams who usually play that low, who usually play that mid ground as well, who are more consistent, who are more calm about things, like Restguard Scram, obviously like Floki Clement, the guys we've been focusing on a lot today. What I'm looking at is actually Trulex and Chico, who a lot of times do play a ton of low ground, but Trulex has that FNCS winning experience of a very height dominant team that I'm thinking, you know what? They're already on the border. Maybe it'll be the time.
Dude, I'm nervous. You know me. I just want everybody to be happy. I want everybody to win. I'm a people pleaser, and I just want everybody to have a great time.
It's a battle royale.
So I'm already getting nervous. I'm aware, my worst nightmare, but it is what it is. This is it, everybody. Game number 5, the last one on the day for just Europe here in semifinals, day number 2. But again, we still have a whole another 6 games. That's right, 6 tomorrow. So for now, let's get ready to do this one last time in Europe for the day. Levin, I wager.
I mean, Sundown Reese spitting facts. Zeke's nervous. Levin's hot. I'm excited. We're getting ready for the final game of semifinals for the FNCS day number 2. I mean, Levin, one more opportunity. We've seen all the stats. We've found the hard facts. But right now, emotional-wise, what are you feeling? Which team is rocking it in?
Look, like Sundown said, it is victory royale or bust. You have to come in and swing for the fences. And I don't know how you've done it to me, Shayo, but I am riding for you right now. Scram and Refsguard, it's been such a tough journey. I'd love to see them just really cap it off right now in the final game and secure their spot. But there are so many other duos who will be feeling like they've done enough, right? Feeling like they deserve to be in contention to win it all. And this is your chance, right? 4 down, 1 to go. And we have that one right on the way.
Semi-final game number 5. One more team rolling in with a victory royale straight to finals. 6 more on consistency, but many more on the way on day number 3 as well. You want to make sure you make the most of the best situations. With just 46 teams in the lobby, this might be one of the easiest rides for someone who can grab on to control of the lobby. Bubak so close last game, 2nd overall 11 off a solo clutch karma falling down from the skies, and this time it's very different. No fight right off spawn. They're making things a lot more tactical, strategic for their last chance at this day for the finals.
Yeah, I'm sure there would have been some words between Bubak and Karma about what went down, because they were looking so good, so primed and ready, and Bubak was hitting all the shots necessary, but he just didn't have a companion by his side. And so maybe this game will be the chance to do the remontada, run it back. But this is a fight that has been run back plenty of times to the same effect. This duo having all the struggles, not able to find any bit of success, sitting in 27th. And a perfect example of a team that just has to get a victory royale.
I mean, you're talking about run backs. This fight has been crawled back, slapped back, dragged back multiple times. The words to describe this fight are anything but pleasantful. All the way here towards the POI, where Julian and Till are just all inning 24-7 against the team, and this is their first time rocking in as well. Greasy Grove has not been polite, has not been welcoming to any team so far, but it's just been fights and fights and fights, no splits whatsoever. This might be the first day, and you look at the situation at Chonker Speedway, you look at the peace on the battleground. It has been broken. Floki and Clement with the all-in have started an absolute battle right here. It's just going to be tough so far. Swilliam and Floki, a 1v1. 2 Guzzle Juices, no shield on the side of Floki either. Refsguard down as Lotix also takes him off of spawn. No one right now is happy whatsoever. They don't want to play their normal game. Everyone's switching it up. The peaceful players going straight towards the fight. Everyone that was just fighting starting to split apart as well. For Floki, though, he has to lock this in against Swilliam, who we know is an avid box fighter.
And Floki has no materials to work with, so he's got to be creative with his angles. And based off of that play from Swilliam, I suspect he doesn't have much materials to work with either. And so now it'll be a wild goose chase down to the bottom. It's all about who can hit the crucial shots. Swilliam's got the HP advantage. And with just 4 attempts with this striker pump shotgun, Floki's got to be clinical. Oh.
No way.
Oh.
Not like this. And this is the cost of that fight.
That is not how you want things to end in your final game. They are high up in the standings, but it's going to be about whether or not it can hold. And that was worst case scenario for Floki and Clement. That is rough. That is real rough. They're now going to be sitting around waiting this whole game to see whether or not they'll be able to hold on to that spot.
I mean, 110 yesterday was that final spot. It did jump up by about 20 points in that final game, especially with, you know, one of the teams in the lead probably winning too. So I don't think it's looking good at all for Floki and Clement right now. If you look at history of semifinals so far this season, in terms of the teams that were also in the lead, Levin, Refsguard, off-spawn fight, interruptions possibly. Not sure if Scram is still left. We'll see in the replays momentarily. Here we go.
Dang. So this was Till at Greasy Grove, taking Nipsey out. Let's take a look at the cavern. It's been a hub for so much action today. And Slovian sick. Wowza. Bang, and the dirt is gone. Sindre and Lotix, who were the ones fighting Scram and Refsguard. And this is how this one ended. 5 HP. Wow. A lot of action off spawn. You would have thought maybe teams would try to be a bit more conservative, holding on to their last life. But they went all in.
I guarantee you the majority of teams were struggling getting damage overall. Once again, it's late to mention it, but for Storm, that's when the server starts to punish you and just lightning strike you over and over again until you get past a certain type of damage threshold the lobby's setting. For a bunch of these teams off spawn, yeah, they're making it off. They might be splitting the drop, but unfortunately, because of that, they're not fighting. They're not dealing that damage level. In this last game, they tried to switch that up, but, you know, 4 games with no fights into just, you know, jumping into that cold water, it's sometimes of a shock. You're like, oh, wait, did I forget how to place my wall? Or my shots, why are they not hitting? I'm here in the semifinals. It's tough, man, to get back in that groove.
Yeah, and Jura and Flores, they've had no groove today. It's fair to say that. It has been a tough time at Covert. They've not been able to translate. It's tough, man. A couple of duos have had the same experience where they saw teams qualify for a POI. They thought, all right, they're gone. It's easy, right? Just do what they did and we win, right? Surely. It's never been easier. But these guys have been forced away, and you can see they're dipping now, right? Using that ventilation to get out or dodge. But it's not as easy as just walking into a POI where a team's been successful and then just winning, right? There's more to it than that, and Jurt and Flows have been the perfect example.
Well, if that's the case, everyone will be great, right?
Yep.
That's the case, I could be a rapper, just say the same words.
You are a rapper.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But not multi-platinum yet, so lots of work to do. Just like Bubak, Karma, you know, they're close. 98, spitting bars, but once again, 110, 120-ish for that rock. And actually, if we're doing the hard stats, you don't need to have the Shio facts, you can have the real ones instead. 114 is what you need. So Bubak and Karma, very, very close. Question is though, how did they get to that same spot as the last game? If I'm looking at their history so far in games today.
Ooh, little piece control. Ooh, rougher. Slow down, buddy. You gotta hit the max damage after you hit the piece. Crazy. He's going crazy. Gets the knock. 2v1. Doesn't even want to waste any ammo. Conservative. All right then. Coolest
pickaxe I've ever seen, by the way. Sorry for not competitive take at all, but that's like,
yeah, man.
Cracked.
It's clean.
I gotta visit the shop after this.
What's your favorite pickaxe in the game? Not that one now.
That one.
Oh. No, you can't pick that one. You can't pick that one.
There's this like wizarding staff. I don't know the official name for it, but it has like gems floating around in it. It's like very, very old school.
Yeah.
Definitely my wave.
Well, my one is the FNCS pickaxe.
Okay, man. Okay. You held that one before? You had it in your inventory? Ever?
No, yeah,
Have
man.
you used it, Levin?
One day.
One day.
I promise you. One day I'm going to get it.
Take
one day. Oh, gosh.
Listen, you do that, man, and I don't even know. I'll get one to you in real life.
Well, look, Zeke is Fortnite, right? So if I just ask Zeke, surely you can hook me up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has to be the way. Shakespeare once said that, you know, Zeke can make it happen. So, that man was never wrong. He had many plays if you weren't aware of as well. So, definitely a wave. Look at Swilliam right now. This is desperation. Before, it seemed like, you know, a little bit of organized chaos, like they're definitely fighting. But if my eyes don't deceive me, the zone is actually away from Tonker Speedway, Levin. They're fighting inside the storm in the final game.
In the words of the great Aristotle, storm fight bad, fight quick, leave fast.
Man, we are really on our history lessons today, aren't we? It's getting crazy with it.
Disclaimer, Aristotle may or may not have actually said that.
Bigger disclaimer, I don't think I have any idea what I'm talking about at all when I mention any of these things. So just take it with a really big grain of salt.
A massive grain of
That's
salt.
one big rock
Boulder.
salt thing.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Chico and Trulex, Reese was talking about these guys. They've been able to sort of toe the line. They're sitting in 6th, which is literally the cutoff. So we'll be watching these guys very closely throughout this game to see whether or not they can hold on. If the game was to end now, if Zeke, Mr. Fortnite himself, was to end the lobby right now, these guys would be qualified to the finals. But as it stands,
He's not doing that. Yeah, he's not ending the lobby.
Yeah. Just to clarify for everybody watching, he's not doing that. Yeah, cool.
Was going to press the button, and then he just said, no, I'm not doing it.
Yep.
And I respect that. I mean, right now, looking at the amount of teams that are on this line, 114 they need to hit. You know, who about Karma? Fulky Clement obviously down this game, but yeah, Trulex is the next up-and-comer in that spot. I believe Leader and Irazumi are actually tied with him overall at 6th. And you're wondering, yo, Shy 11, what are you talking about all these numbers? What do they mean? What are you even looking at on your screen? I see 79, I don't see 6. Yeah, what are you talking about? So updates this season. I know a lot of people like to tune in for that last game as well. See that hot action. At the bottom left, it shows exactly what position the team is in. And if you have their teammate up as well, if you have like a drone shot, you can see the number beside their name right now. It says number 9 next to Slovace. 38 for Mr. J and Wolfie. That's their place overall in the competition. By the end of these games, the top 6 will move on towards the finals. So all these teams are trying to get there. I mean, it looks impossible for Mr. J and Wolfie now, but to set the stakes once again, it's not over for them. You can also win and go straight to the final. So that's exactly what they'll have to do. Now to talk about the final number on screen, it's on the right side. That's Storm Surge. If you're too passive, you're just going to be taking 25 damage over and over again in the form of Purple Lightning. And so a lot of teams will be forced into engagements. They can't just walk around the edges of the map. Who likes to watch that? Absolutely no one. Not even Levin. And sometimes he watches the most boring things ever. So, you know, he's told me he doesn't like that either. Every team will be forced to fight and take that damage. And right now, 49 below. I mean, Mr. J and Wolfie just need a few more shots. We're checking in with a couple of the teams. This is very important for Leader and Irazumi on the right side of your screen to get this damage done. 11 above, it's cool. They're right above the line, but you'll notice the whole lobby will be dealing this damage, and that number will change up and down. You kind of want to be in the triple digits, somewhere close to 200 to be comfortable. If not, you're basically sleeping on a bench outside. It's going to be cold. It's going to be worrisome. Will you get the rest? Will you be in trouble overall throughout the night? And that is the question on Leader and Irazumi's mind. 6 below, and that surge is about to start ticking in about 10 seconds.
And you can see these guys have the leg up on Lazen here. But for how much longer? At what point will they notice the double SMG spray will come through? We've seen that play so many times this season. It's so strong. They're able to do a tiny bit of damage, but they won't be satisfied with that. And it might be okay to take this fight isolated. Not many teams involved to be able to third party. They've got to make sure that they get the angles right, put themselves on the other side of this team, sandwich in them. And you can see the Purple Lightning Shy was talking about coming into the fold.
This is tough.
And they just got to start doing damage. They can't afford to just sit around.
2 shots.
But can they hit the shots? That's the important thing.
1 shot. They need 1 shot. They're going to be going through all their shields because they can't find 1 bullet on any player around them. Move into the zone. Do something. The stalemate makes no sense. That other team is fine on damage. They won't be moving. Just get out of here. You are costing yourself your entire inventory for staying in the spot.
The problem is there's just not many places to go. Like you said, the team below them, they know they're struggling with Surge. They're just going to sit comfortably, hold some walls. And they really should have forced the issue once they had the chance. At this point, like you said, they are just going to be burning through resources. And this is tragic now. Look at this. It really is rough to watch because at this stage, they've got barely any shields, not much health. It's not going to be easy.
7th place overall, too. They're so close to qualifying. They need top 6. They're dropping down to 8th. 11. They cannot go down here.
If they go down, it will be the end of what's been a grueling session where they had done so well up to this point. And we hit 70 players, right? And 70 players means that Storm Surge will ease down for the moment, but they're still going to be struggling on damage when that next, round of Storm Surge pops. So they've got to figure out a way to, 1, get their resources and shields up a bit higher, and 2, do some damage.
Hold on, a bit higher. They went through everything, Levin. They need to restock. They need to move countries and change professions in terms of what they sell at the store, because they're all out of shields, man. And look at some of the other replays. It's desperation, drastic actions across the entire map. Vastroki Kylie, very smart from Vastroki to go to this wall. It just becomes a shooting gallery for him, and the big 130, the big damage too that they needed, 57 above after all of that. When you go back to that Reese mentioned team, Chulex, Chico, I'm not sure what their damage entirely looked like. Their spot 11, very different. It's like we were watching 2 very, very different games. They're right in the center of all the action. Bubak Karma there as well. And although Chulex, they look, very high and mighty, just high rolling through, very comfortable chairs inside their base. For Bubak and Karma, they are literally crawling on the ground, trying to find whatever they can to make it through to the next portion of this game.
I think the one silver lining is that they seem like they will be good on damage in terms of, they've got an elimination. Bubak was dealing a bit of damage just earlier. And so, in terms of their battle for Surge, they should be all right. You'd expect to see them sort of go through. Kiko and Mosh, though, they're struggling in the feed. I saw Mosh get knocked earlier, Kiko going down in the feed as well. So, that might be the end of the line for the Portuguese players, but the story still continuing for Arizumi. What their path to victory will be is so tough now. Can they stay on the line? Can they keep themselves in the game? A replay here from Shmeki's POV. You can see the striker. Oh, the stinger. Wow.
They didn't call him a striker, man. I mean, that was a power kick right there in the box. I mean, that's nuts.
SMG shotgun, no difference, man.
What I'm seeing too is a difference in loadouts from a lot of teams, maybe some that haven't seen a lot of end games, but 12 chug splashes on multiple different people. Shmeki foregoing a little bit of rotation, maybe not having access to the web shooters. He has more room for those shields, but they'll have a lot to work with. I feel like some teams that have this much in their inventory, they'll start to overthink things, Levin, and maybe end up tripping up over themselves rather than opponents when they make the end game.
Yeah, and this is where your decisions will have such a large impact on the rest of your game, Chayo.
Yeah.
Like where you position yourself, the amount of resources you burn could be key. You can see in the bottom right, Bubak barely above on Surge, just sitting 66 above and having to commit a lot of metal right there, which isn't going to be great, right? That's the kind of resource you want to have later on in the game. And you can see the zone. We're at Tilted Towers, and things are going to start getting crazy very, very soon.
Already getting crazy. Scram fully eliminated, and at this point I don't see any chances for a reboot. Why is that important? They're basically almost the de facto first place leaders of the lobby so far. They will have enough to qualify, it seems like, off of just being in this game. If the threshold is truly 114, that 129 to start. But Refsguard is left once again to play solos, Levin. Always it seems like this man has been clutching by himself the whole day.
Refsguard's got all the firepower he needs to be able to get through this one. We've seen some solo clutches already. Arizumi won't be able to solo clutch though. He will go down, and that's huge as well. We saw how high up they were in the standings. Trulex and Chico will be dancing because that's exactly what they needed. They need all these teams around them to go down.
They need 22 points as well to try to be close to that qual threshold. Swilliam down as well, and there is the final confirmation of leader leaving as well. So yes, exactly what Levin said. One opponent, not in the wave, but there is a foe they can't actually touch. That Surge striking from them all the way above. Very crucial shot from Chico there to get them right above that line. But at 51 players, it can go any which way. Finally, the threshold turns off, but there is still one instance of Surge still left. That's when these zones start to move as well. Trulex and Chico know they are behind. They not only move, try to win this game, try to be consistent, but also deal damage and maybe change up the game plan they had to start with. And that is very tough to do, especially with the zone. Lots of hills, lots of weird ways you can get stuck at this layer, and they will start to move, maybe even go for this launch pad. That'll be huge. Getting this package will change their destinies entirely, and maybe even cause them to fall. Meanwhile, Bubak and Karma on the other side. Look at their match level. Look at their position. It's looking so good right now. They've taken control of this game.
Yeah, Bubak wants to run it back. He was so close last time. He was in touching distance, and this time he'll be hoping Karma can just stay up. And you're right. That launch pad could be the difference maker for Trulex and Chico, and so we'll keep a close eye on how they do. But Shmeki and Tazzy and another team, right, sitting in third, they're looking comfy, right, in terms of 120. And for them, it's all about what they can do to ruin other people's chances of qualifying, right? If these guys are comfy, if these guys know they're going to be able to qualify, they just need to make it more difficult for anybody around them. And the longer they stay in the game, the worse it gets for everybody who wants to be in the top 6 with them.
Bubak and Karma are right beside them currently, and we're going right into Tilted Towers. Buildings in the way. Crazy skyscrapers to just climb. This is going to be absolutely intense for a lot of these low ground teams. If you don't have web shooters, if you don't have a launch pad, you are going to have a very, very tough time. And it's also a very close rotation, though, so players will have mats to use. That's Ref's guard finally taken out, but those guys are definitely qualified at 129 once again. We're looking at Bubak right now, though, 11. Second place last game. He never really makes the end games, except for that one. He's at 111th the whole day past that. He needs to defy all odds and make it happen right now.
And he's got the means to do it. The launch pad will come through. They know where they need to go. They're going right to Tilted. Bubak as well has some web shooters available. And in this position here on the front side of the zone, they'll be able to do some damage if they see fit. You can see Bubak opening up that edit, using that SMG, and you'd expect him to hit a couple more shots, but they'll be fine. 140 below though for Trulex and Chico. I can't say the same about them. They need to launch and fast.
Jump.
The Chug Splash will come through. He needs the heals if he's going to survive the zone. And this is where it gets dicey. They need to hope that nobody has eyes on them, because if they take any couple of shots, it could get real bad. They're sitting right in 6th, and they need to make sure nobody's in their box. They've got to stay careful. They've got to stay close. Chico and Trulex will go down in 6th. And it probably won't hold. They're going to be crossing their fingers, hoping it does.
Look at Bubak!
But as you can see, Bubak trying to get up high, trying to regain his position on height. Karma fell down last time. Not again, though. They need to stay up. This is their chance to win it all.
Kings of the city, Tilted Towers, has a new CEO. It's Bubak with Karma rolling in as that chief financial officer of Mats, all the way at the forward part of the build. Look at the beams from Bubak. Lots of teams in front of him, though. He's going to use that Spider-Man gauntlet to get all the way towards the front and deny any chance of a big climb up top. But it's Kane and Cruel. They've been here before. We know they have pads, but they're put in a blender. Back and forth, armored walls will give them a little bit of moments to breathe, but Bubak is still there on the right side with the peak. It's going to be a very tough stare down, and they'll have a chance to edit up once again. Liza and Emerza, they're not done too. Every team here, 11, might be behind. The win is there. They want to make sure they grasp at it too. Chug Splash has been thrown left and right like bottles breaking glass inside these boxes. It's tough. It's getting a little bit slippery too. All the way up top, players are dropping down low. It's Kali and Fastroki at 98. They're trying to make things go as well.
Yeah, Kylie and Fastroki on the low ground. It's going to be hard to find a sense of control here, but they need to stick together, right? It's so crucial that they stay side by side and make sure they stay ahead of the elevation. You can see it moving up the hill, and so they need to stay tightly. They're trying to find anything. You can see low on HP, taking a moment, yeah, to take a breath as the end game continues.
Not a single player has really gone down in the zone. Deox is the first one to fall. Everyone wants to qualify. They want to survive. As a result, we have 24 players left alive inside this 8th zone. Dan is making a move up top. Bubak's in trouble now. Their mats are dwindling low. Naku's going for it too. Kali down on low ground. Has a right-hand peek with Fastroki. It's getting crazy. Bubak inside the storm. Truck Splash is dropping left and right. He's not going to have enough to stay alive. Fall damage again. It's up to Karma by himself. Does he have the materials to live? A reconnect. 200, but pressure from the back. The beam, it's enough. Another catch. This is nuts from Karma. How is he doing it? He has a little bit of moment to live, but with just 10 mats, he needs to eat them right now.
Bubak did all he could last game, but it's in the hands of Karma now. He has the Spider-Man web shooters to stay up on height just that bit longer, but Nako and Dan will do everything they can to take it from him, and that move comes through just like that. He won't be able to hold it, but will he be able to stay in the game?
Kali fast Roki now on the left side. No match. They're going for an all-in. Inside this box, the beams are there, but no! Interruption from the left, and they are denied. Karma now in the mid-ground. Melody down low 2, right at the cusp, 114. It might just be enough, but they need just a little bit extra to keep pushing forward. 5th place for the moment. They're looking at edits on all around their sides on the builds. They don't have many left, but they have a few options of a few boxes right in front of the front. At the time, though, it looks like there's a lot of space for them to actually use. They push back cheating. High ground is still pressuring. They're not sure exactly what's going on above them, but they know they have as much time needed to just survive down low. It's Dan and Naku that have taken over. At 97 points, they'll have to win this game to qualify. They have to wrap it up right here, Levin.
Neku and Dan, they know everything is in their hands. They have complete control, but Cruel has no control. He needs to find anything with that striker pump. He's looking in the backside of the zone. He knows someone's here. He's looking for the shot, but the build comes through. It's not enough. He will go down, and so Mirza stays a foot in this one. He's trying to rain on anybody's parade he can, but Neku and Dan up above, they look so comfy. Even with low materials, they remain the only duo with a chance at really having a fighting say in who will win this game. But now it's time to drop down. They realize it's time to take that engagement. It's gonna be difficult. Mirza, really low HP. He's getting in the way. Melody as well now on low ground. Will try find any bit. Kefi and Melody versus Neku and Dan. It's up to this.
No mats on the top side. It'll come down to one final push. Armored wall's not up for grabs. Destiny's in the air, but only one team can grab it. Naku about to reach out his hand, denied by a few builds on the left side. They're unsure on where to go. It might just be straight down. The edits are there too. It could go any which way. Naku and Dead have to land this shot or they will not qualify for the finals today. There it is. It's a drop down reversal. Dan's there. Where's the last player? Siphon comes in. It's gonna be them actually maybe even taking over high ground. No, Melody's running way away. Does he have the time to go for the heal game? Med missed his popping. Dan still has crucial seconds, but takes some free damage. He's running 30, 25, 20, 15, down to nothing on the mist. What is he looking for? Is he going for the all-in? Is it possible? Dan's in the lead. Melody down to 1 HP, and it will be Dan. That qualifies. A misstep of calculation. Dan's huge retake is enough to give his team a ticket to the finals.
The med misplay wasn't enough for Melody. He thought he had it in the bag, but he ran out, and Dan did enough to stay in this game.
Might be a possibility for that 6th place to come in for Melody overall. He will still be there. Dan was also top 6. He got that window overall. That was huge in game number 5. Dan and Naku, what a performance from them to get that victory royale and sign off all the way towards the top.
And like you said, the last game winner had a spot in the top 6, so that spot will be going to someone else. And if you want to find out who that will be, we're going to have to kick it to the desk. Zeke, Reese, Sundown, please, what happened? Who's qualified?
Don't you even worry, Levin. We got you guys covered. Also, shout out to you both. Levin, Shyway, you guys were fantastic today. Thank you for casting those 5 games. It was super awesome. High energy. And again, we're going to come back tomorrow for another 6. I'm looking forward to it. But we got to take a look at who did qualify. Dan, Naku, and I'm so sorry if I'm saying it wrong. I don't do words well, but they were in 6th place going into this game. Now with the Victory Royale, that means they're removed from that top 6, and now someone else is looking to occupy that spot. We'll get there in just a second, but first we gotta talk about this game. My goodness, Sundown, this is what I live for, right? These are the nail biters that always happen in the final game of the competition. It always happens this way. This is why I'm a broken record about it. But Fortnite, it's never done until that last game.
Yeah, and you can see there, particularly towards the end, the 2 duos who were fighting it out were inside that top 6, and whether or not they had that information, they were still holding on and wanting to get the Victory Royale, while every other player needed the Victory Royale to end up going through. But the question is, with 2 of our top 6 ending up fighting out for the Victory Royale, and 1 taking it, that leaves that last spot up for grabs, and it's going to pull up that final qualifying score just that much lower, actually, in that circumstance, as we get some of the highlights here from Karma and Booba as well. Had an amazing game last game, and they will end up finishing in that qualifying range.
Not just last game, both games, right? We saw Bubak in the previous game hitting those shots, hitting, quite frankly, incredible shots to clutch them up into that deep into the end game. Again, this time we saw Bubak go down to the fall damage, unfortunately, after kind of picking up this first elimination here, leaving Karma as a slow. And this is a qualifying run that we're watching right here from both of these players, pushing them up into the top 6. And unfortunately, this is the moment for them, unfortunately, let's say, where Nico and Dan were able to take that high ground from them, or take the, well, start the high ground retake, let's just say, as knocking down Bubak there, leaving Karma left as a solo, inevitably winning Nico and Dan the match.
I know, man. It comes down again to the wire, right? Those final moments. In every game, these things unfold, right? And it's being able as a duo to identify that chaos and look past that and find that moment of calm and say, that is our avenue. That is how we make it to the win. And for Dan and Naku, they do that, right? It's so incredible. Another qualifying team who does make it on through in that top 6. Remember, it's been an all-out battle, okay, today going on. It's whoever gets the victory after 5 games moves on. Your top 6 at the end will move on. Mirza, Lizen, and again, I'm so sorry if I'm saying your names wrong, but look at this, the run that they needed, right? They were, if you look at that bottom left, from 7 to 5, it just ticked over. So now the question becomes, Sundown, when we do jump on over, will they have qualified? Because remember now, even now, look, back up to top 5. That's how close it comes down to.
Yeah, and particularly here, Mirza able to pick up the 6 eliminations, run it out a little bit, hit the shot there right at the end, push them over. I mean, every single one of those elims is plus an additional 3 points, and the fact that he's able to really run it out and make that big of a difference. I mean, that was 27 points on eliminations alone, and they were able to just kind of sneak their way right into one of those final spots.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of poetic because for this team, like in that first qualifier, man, off spawn was absolutely rough for them. They managed to turn it around and make sure they called through. Here, though, are the 5 game winners that we've seen. Not the top 6 on the leaderboard yet, but this is the first half of the teams that qualified. Game number 1, Frax, obviously alongside Coop, Milad and Wooks in 2, Aqua and Noah really. No surprise to anyone at all in game number 3. 4 went to Bluesy and Hydro. And then game number 5, Nako and Dan. A first-time FNCS Finals performance for both of the 2 players, the both Spanish team actually all the way through. And this is what it's going to be. Top 6 qualify. So Karma and Bubak, with that last game, clutched up to push themselves through. So did Lazen and Mirza with that beautiful right-hand peek from the tree side that we saw. Finally, Refsguard and Scram in 4th have managed to make it as well with 131 points. That last game not being too good for them, but doesn't even matter at this point. Not at all. Same with Kefi and Melody, Kiko and Mosh, and our winners, Tazian and Schmecky, who've been causing a lot of havoc throughout the entire FNCS in Camp Cuddle. Now, it seems like they're going to be there in finals as well.
And you know Karma and Booba.
Jump in.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Zeke.
I was going to say, I just want to jump in super quick.
Go.
Remember that last elimination, the last duel we talked about? That was against Cruel Sundown. So literally, if Cruel had picked up that elim, they very well could have made the run for that top 6 spot.
Yeah, it's huge. It would have ended up being tough, but the bigger thing is that if you're Karma and Booba, you are so happy a team who is in that top 6 won the final game, because otherwise push all of those leaderboards down just one more shift, and you're looking at a tiebreak there of 2 eliminations where Mirza and Lazen, with their final eliminations in that game, we saw that they were able to run out 9. They only had 10 before that, so that would have been an absurd run. Luckily for them, they'll both end up going through, and I think given the performances today, very deserving.
Oh man, it's so good, Reese. It's so good. And look, even my boys, Refsguard and Scram, we did it. We did it. I'm 2 for 2. I started qualifier 1 and 2, 0. But now my predictions 2 days in a row, guys. I know what I'm doing. I know what I am doing. Let's hop on over to that second page, though. Reese, we have to remember as well, right? The 11 duos that do qualify today, they're now removed from the pool. And then we're going to backfill tomorrow with the next 11 from the series point leaderboard. Looking at this page, do we feel like members from this page could be in that top 6? Do we think even members from like tomorrow's games, they're just waiting, right? They're just like, oh my gosh, we've VOD reviewed, we've watched every game, we know what our plan is, we're ready to go.
I mean, I hope so. Let's be real. They've been waiting 2 days.
Better.
They don't have the same amount of opportunities as the teams had in that first session, or the ones we've just seen today in the second session. So those kind of new 11 teams that are coming through tomorrow that we're going to see, I hope they've watched. I hope they've voted. I hope they figured out the strats. I hope they figured out, in particular, a drop spot that's going to be free. Because now, right, you know, you're going to notice every single team that's left has left an opening somewhere for tomorrow. So between now and then is the time to perfect that off spawn, figure out where you're going, hopefully not be contested by someone, and pick it up. Because like you said, those teams in the second page, guys like Floki Command, I was rooting for all day, unfortunately just weren't able to pop off now 2 days in a row.
It's tough, Sundown, but it's okay, right? Tomorrow is a brand new day. That's what you said at the start of the show. It's a new day, and it will be for them tomorrow. I mean, if you're one of these duos that just hasn't been able to put the pieces together, how do you just reset the mind and come back stronger tomorrow.
Well, you know that 11 more teams are out of that pool. You've been playing from the very beginning or had an opportunity to kind of dip your feet in today, but this is your last opportunity. It's a back against a wall, and if you're not going to rise up right now, then you don't get a chance to play in those finals where in EU, everyone knows that's kind of the pinnacle of the competition and where all the money, the clout, all the followers, whatever other thing you want there, that's where it's up for grabs. And you can bet every single one of these duos should be putting in the time, and they probably are.
Words of wisdom from Sundown. Let's very quickly take a look at our predictions and just remind everybody how we all did. I mean, guys, again, I'm 2 for 2. I'm going to get literally every prediction wrong for the
There's a first time for everything,
Broken clock,
a broken clock. There it is.
Yeah,
I was trying to beat you to it, Sundown. Wings and Force, Sundown could not make it on through today, but high expectations for tomorrow.
Maybe not after their performance today. Definitely going to be one of those ones who looks to reset and call it another one. Definitely struggled to make it there together.
Yeah, I went for Floki Command, low-hanging fruit, realistically, but it just wasn't for them today. I think, I'm forever hopeful. I'm going to go with them again tomorrow. Maybe I won't. We'll see when I actually see the full player list tomorrow who I'm going to predict. Unfortunate for me. But again, look, Levin's absolutely nailed it with Noah Rayleigh and Aqua. Shywager also with Mastroki and Kylie, who managed to go through just right now. Oh, no, just missed out. Unfortunately, it was not the case, so...
Yep. Once again, man, and it came down to a tiebreaker, so... You can already tell and feel how close this competition is, right? And just again, reminder, we're not even in finals. Finals is next week, and it's already close right now. How much closer will it be then? Fortnite fam, we just want to thank you so much for joining with us, hanging out with us, watching these games, losing your minds. It's so absolutely incredible. If you're new here and you just checked out Fortnite for the first time and you like what you see, don't forget we also have 2 other regions going on today, NA East and NA West. Different crew, different subset of players, and of course, another set of spots to qualify for. We're back tomorrow, same time, same place. So until then, we'll see you guys on the battle bus.
I beep first. All right, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it off.
I'm doing pretty good.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear. So I'm gonna go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a zero ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I probably want to do it with Volks because he's a funny man. He's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than like a couple hours into practicing for solos because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did. So what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200, whatever it is, and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like, my two teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. We made I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now, I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes for a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like, I literally at duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so now into trios, it's like. This last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier, your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game mode?
Well, duos is always like a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh, no way, a year of trios. I hate it. Now we're on the duos, I'm like, no, trios is gone. I want trios. And so I always didn't like squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. It's very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
When did I get my first gaming PC?
I knew you had a laptop at one point. I heard that once, but I have no clue when. That was really much shorter than I thought. I thought it was way longer ago.
If I had to leave at one of the Chapter 3 POIs, where will that leave? That's a good question, okay.
I don't know, it depends what he puts.
Okay. Oh,
nice! I got it. We used to drop there at the start of the season.
Which year did I first start playing Fortnite?
So I'm pretty sure it's 2017 or 2018 because it's the start of the game. But I'm not sure if you started playing after December. No!
Oh,
dude, I missed it. I don't know, I thought it was January for some reason.
When did I win my first cash prize? Oh, that is easy.
I'm going with this. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have got that ever.
Why? I told you I made winning World Cup, and then I bought another PC.
Of a random solo cash cup like before that, or Winter Royale? What's been my favorite chapter and season so far?
I'm gonna go for an easy guess. Okay.
And even I gotta think about this one.
Oh, wow. What? Why did you choose World Cup season?
Dude, that was like my season, bro. What's my favorite food?
You told me not that long ago. I completely forgot because I told mine too, but yes!
Yes, sir. We got it. I don't know. It's just amazing and simple. It's great. What's my favorite POI from Chapter 3?
I'm gonna go with the easy guess with a place that everyone liked. Yes, I knew it.
I just land there in arena all the time. It's not the same spot at the other thing. Who has the most eye points, me or you?
Oh, that is yeah, that is the easy one.
How many points is that total?
I think Bugle is probably the best spot on the map right now.
There is like a lot of chests, a lot of ammo, a lot of everything.
Tilted Towers, there's just so much floor loot and ammo boxes and pepper boxes, so you just always come out really stacked. And then Sleepy Sound just has a lot of pepper boxes and a lot of floor loot, so you always come out with a lot of launch pads.
I really enjoyed Tilted coming back. It was very fun to land there again.
I actually land Tilted. That's my drop spot. Duos.
Tilted is like one of my favorite spots in the game, like forever.
It's going to be very good and competitive. A lot of players are going to have it uncontested.
And it's all modernized and changed into this current into the current way the game's played, and it's really cool.
That nostalgia, I'd say.
I cannot be more happy.
So I think people are making a mistake by not landing Sanctuary, because that Mythic AR there is definitely the best AR in the game.
If you can capitalize and get Sanctuary to yourself and maybe even get that Mythic AR in a Grand Finals, I just know how good it is.
Camp Cuddle is a really underrated spot.
I think Vigo's definitely the most slept on POI. I didn't even think of it in my top 3. Probably is honestly the top 3. It is a crazy POI.
Best method to rotate on the map is definitely using Spider-Man's.
I would definitely say Spider-Man's 100%.
It can get you across the map in probably a couple minutes. Nothing can do that right now.
The map awareness is definitely like really important, because like if you don't know where you are or where you're going or like where it could pull, like you're gonna just be in a pretty bad situation for like the next zone pull.
So you really got to be aware and understand the map.
A good map habit would be always to mark where the zone goes and what side you want to be on.
Oh, you need to always 100% be aware of where the zone is.
Marking it is a huge thing, and I think that like that alone has saved me so many times, because I can just see where the zones is and I'm not guessing.
Because if a zone pulls far and you're in a really bad spot, it could end your game.
Yeah, I would say the best tip to find a drop spot for your playstyle is really find where your strengths are in fighting.
Look for something that's not too heavily contested. It's kind of difficult in this current meta.
If you're really a team that needs to play for Surge and really passive, I think you go for a center map, so a center spot, so that you can loot quick, get some Surge, and then rotate and don't need to fight anybody.
And then if you want to like fight and you're really good at fighting, you want a crap ton of kills, then I'd probably just land like a 3C, Tilted, Chonkers, Daily.
I think Bugle is definitely the best spot for an aggressive player, and Sanctuary. Both of those drop spots are very, very good.
Don't be scared to land somewhere shambles. If you can master a spot that's really, really good, then do it.
Last time in FNCS North America East. In NAE, the top teams took a consistency-based approach for day one. The only top team to qualify from a Victory Royale was Threats and Users, with duos such as Scented and Cold and Clicks and Day focusing on leveraging their experience through consistency rather than going for the VR. Rokane finished day one with most limbs among the remaining players, but he and Joji still finished 1 point from qualification. Surprisingly, their performance dipped as day one went on. Will they be able to reverse their momentum to qualify for the finals today? And will duos such as Pamsto, Fatch, and Muzz, Avery focus on consistency or getting the Victory Royale? Find out in FNCS Semifinals Day 2, North America East.
Thank you, me. FNCS NAE, the final frontier. Only one mission in semi-final stands between duos and reaching the stars. Claim a Victory Royale and you are in the grand final. But which players will qualify tonight to battle for glory next weekend and boldly go beyond the rift where only the best have gone before? Hello there, welcome into FNCS NAE. My name is Adam Savage. I'll be captaining this fine vessel alongside the very best crew in the galaxy, I should say. Sundown and Vivid, boys. This is going to be insane. I mean, before we go any further into the actual, the evening and how things are going to turn out, Sundown, we've got to give massive props to our main man, Vivid, here. He has been on a journey. He's back on the desk, but he is a top flight caster now. He's been crushing it. I'm so proud.
Yeah, him and Monster D-Face just like absolutely eliminated it on the cast the past 2 times he was out there. And it's nice being able to see a little bit of the growth from player then onto the Destiny analyst doing the caster. It seems like he's been able to hit the triple crown. When's time for host Vivid?
Triple crown, hitting the hat trick, no problem. You know, it was awesome being alongside MDF. It made everything so easy. It allowed me to grow in just more ways than one. So it was very, very helpful. And then it was awesome to be casting over arguably one of the greatest solo clutches we've ever seen. Peterbot, thank you for letting me experience that from the casting desk. And I'm just so excited to be back on the analyst desk because look at this. I'm on the desk with my boy Adam again, and obviously love whenever I get to work with Sundown.
Dude, honestly, I'm loving this. I'm loving this desk here right now. You'll be in my seat next week, Vivid. You're just having the time of your life here right now. We have got so much coming your way. Obviously, talking about the Peterbot clutch yesterday, so much to digest. But first things first, let's talk about how you can experience finals in the best way possible. The semis are coming at you from Legends Landing. Of course, this is now available to watch from in the Discovery Row, the Buy Epic Discovery Row. Do make sure to give it a go. Check it out. It is all new this season. It is full of activities. You get a front row seat to all the action unfolding in front of you. Do not miss it. It is absolutely amazing. Legends Landing by Epic Discovery Row. Do not miss it. All right, lads, we have got a brilliant day in front of us. We've got new teams into the mix here, teams that didn't qualify yesterday who want so desperately to get through. But before we get into those teams, let's take a look at our broadcast schedule and see exactly how we got here and what is coming your way throughout the entirety of FNCS NAE. As you can see, last weekend we had qualifiers 1 and 2, February 18th and February 20th. This is semi-finals weekend. We're here. We're living the dream right now. February 25th through 27th is happening. We are on day 2. It's the 26th right now. Obviously, next weekend, March 5th and 6th, are the finals. We already have 2017s confirmed, 23 left to get into those finals. But let's talk a bit about the actual format as well of this, Sundown. How do we get here, and what has this got in store for us?
Yeah, so we saw the 2 qualifiers where during those rounds, teams were able to advance through. That's where we got our first 16 teams. Then yesterday, we had the exact same format that we had today. 5 matches where each of the Victor Royale duos ended up going directly through to the finals. Then at the end of those 5 matches, the top 6 teams, based on their consistency, also ended up getting a spot. That's for a total of 11. So we got 11 yesterday, we'll get 11 more today, and then tomorrow we'll add in 1 more extra match. So it'll be 6 Victor Royales and then still 6 consistent duos, and we'll for a total of 12. That'll round out our 50 duos in the lobby. But the question is, how are these duos earning the points? What do the points look like? And what will they be playing for, Vivid?
Yeah, the points are a little bit changed up this season. I'd like to pay homage to the fact that elimination is worth 3 points. We've seen a lot of aggression so far happen during this season. And then if you look at the top there, as Sundown explained, a victory royale is an automatic qualification to the grand final. So to give us some numerical value, we'll just say it's worth 1,000 points. But checking out that top 10, right, it is so heavy up there in those points. And every single time somebody goes down, even after top 25, you do just get so many more points. So when you get down to the nitty gritty in the end game, you really got to fight for every single position because it is so worth it.
It really is. I mean, you saw yesterday as well here, some teams that qualified through the Victory Royale process, they were having a terrible day and suddenly it all changed in that one game. So anything's possible today. The teams as well, these are the duos. Sundown, walk us through who really sticks out for you.
Well, immediately on this first page, the first 11 duos we see are the new duos. And I mean, there are some big names in there. Immediately, the FaZe duo, the veterans now at this point. They used to be the young boys. Now it's Mega and Dubs pushing through. Voil and Accept also being in there. Creo and Vert in that group. I mean, Spegu and Charlie. Just especially considering that a lot of the underdogs, quote unquote, ended up winning a match yesterday. The pool who's coming in today, they are very much so seasoned veterans. They have been here before. They've had this experience, Vivid.
Yeah, and a lot of players, just to point out, like you mentioned, right? We have some couple players coming over from Session 1 into Session 2 who unfortunately did not make it through, like Muzz and Avery. Obviously, a big duo there. We also have a Knifer and Bilo, who we've seen some late from them yesterday as they were taking higher ground a couple of times. So it'll be interesting to see how the meta develops as these lobbies change the players, right? Because we've seen a lot of players already go for the higher ground, and that higher ground dominance is now gone because they usually get a victory royale from the high ground. So as those players kind of leave the player pool, what will these new and returning players into each session act like when it comes to that end game?
Exactly. You want to shoot your shot, and this is the opportunity to do that as well. I mean, one thing I'm loving as well is that we saw yesterday that the dynamics changed completely with these new teams coming in, some going out from the POI, and suddenly it's opened up for teams. So it's going to be a bit of a free-for-all out there. And we said this off broadcast, or for you guys, well, that it's behind the curtain from us as well. We think this could be the most exhilarating, craziest, toughest day as well ever. It's going to be so fun to watch unfold. Before we do that, though, let's check out a little bit of something. Have a look at this.
I started playing Fortnite when I was on Xbox in like Chapter 2, Season 1 with my friends at school.
It was October 2017. It was after the Halloween.
First heard about Fortnite from my friend, and he told me that I just needed to try it out and I would have so much fun.
I've been playing since Chapter 1, Season 2.
My first thoughts was instantly like, this is just crazy. Like, I was walking around just like, I literally remember just being amazed.
The game was more alive, the viewership was there, like everything was 5 levels up from the last game I was playing, so it was a no-brainer.
I liked it a lot. I liked how it was like not a very team game mode, you know? Like, if you're good enough, you can carry the team, you know what I'm saying?
I think it was the fact that there is 100 players and you need to beat them all to win the game, and I think that's what really got me.
The interaction that I've gotten from the community and like the community that I've grown myself.
I just want to win an FNCS, that's it.
I think I just still have that want to win. I think that's literally what it is. Lay down my legacy as a player.
I'd say it's the competing aspect, 100%. It keeps me playing all the time. I remember when I saw Nate Hill's name under my name on leaderboard, I was like, wow, like I can really like do something big here.
I'd probably have to describe Fortnite as a pretty fun battle royale game with the mechanics in it.
I would say that's a really great game. I think it's really balanced between pro players and casual players.
Last man standing wins, and honestly, like the craziest thing about it is that you can protect yourself while building, you can outplay people while building. Like, that's just like the coolest part of the game, 100%.
It's a very like intense building and shooting game.
Right now the skill gap is pretty high. It takes a lot to be really good, and so if you like to see improvement and grind for something and earn it, then this is definitely the game for you.
I definitely wish I knew the way like the storm and zones work.
I wish I just started playing competitive earlier.
I wish I knew how to abuse the meta more, because back in like, you know, the first ever Winter Royale, like the sword came out and I didn't land on the sword. I don't know why, I just didn't, and I should have.
Playing aggressive in the open qualifiers of tournaments is definitely something that I used to do too much. I would always fight everybody that I can, and I didn't qualify for a lot of tournaments because of it, and then I started slowing down my playstyle a lot, and I got a lot better at qualifying for things, so it made it a lot easier.
It's so interesting hearing like Cease mention there about the skill gap between players there as well, and like, you know, how the pool of players that we have today who haven't qualified yet are all so capable. Sundown. I mean, it's just there's such another level now. There's so many players who are AAA top tier, and that's why this makes this so exciting for us.
Well, and I think the reason it makes it particularly exciting is that Fortnite on a whole has one of the largest skill gaps. If you just, the very first time you ever played Fortnite, the very first time you touched down on the island, it's a lot different than if you're still playing now and if you're competing in these tournaments. And some of these players have been around from the very beginning and played kind of back in the early competitive days, but now nothing is the same. The level is so ridiculously high that even when Fortnite players sometimes go to other games, they continue to dominate in that regard. So the ones who are here and are at the very top of the top, it's just a blast to be able to watch and break down that gameplay.
Yeah, and something that goes into how good these Fortnite players are is actually how much practice they put in. But not only how much, is how the quality of the practice improves over time, because you kind of start to learn what you're good at naturally and what you actually need to work on. So anybody that's been playing longer knows what they needed to directly work on and then what practices kind of work for them the best.
Vivid, you are one of these people. You are one of these guys who is a cut above as well. So it's great. I mean, that's why we love having your insight here on the desk with us. It's awesome. Let's take a closer look at some duos in particular we think could go all the way tonight, or are definitely going to put on a show for us. First things first, let's take out Joji and Rokane. Obviously, two players that we know so much about. Have been. It looks like they're uncontested right now in their favor. And how do you think they're going to get on the season?
So the only time being uncontested doesn't work in your favor is if you don't necessarily have your Storm Surge routes figured out. Then if nobody's anywhere remotely near you and the zone pull is very far away, some of those rotations can get incredibly awkward. And in a Victory Royale advanced format where the consistency points aren't there, and it's only necessarily 5 games, that can make 1 or 2 of those games very frustrating, and then your back's against the wall. However, if they're able to kind of just get the space they need and they're truly uncontested, I think they're more than capable of running away with one of these games very early on.
Yeah, and what's cool about Rokane and Joji, they actually got 12th place yesterday on the leaderboard, so only missing out barely on that amount of consistency points. So they can kind of clean it up today and play just as well as they did yesterday, then they'll be a shoo-in for a grand final spot.
I know. Honestly, I think it was 1 point if I recall. Yes, 1 point. That must. I mean, that. Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, you hope that they kind of, you know, it doesn't make them kind of feel like they've missed out there, and it kind of weighs on them. You hope they're going to move past. I think we almost got there. We go again. Today it's going to happen. Let's have a look at another one of our duos as well here. Tahi and Edgy, of course, as well, going right to the very north of the map here. It seems. Again, a team that we've talked about so much here. Again, Sundown, walk me through how their rotations will work in terms of what works in their favor. I guess as well, dropping so far to the top of the map.
I mean, one of the biggest priorities over here, there is that slurp truck over on the side where you're able to hit it. It's one of the giant ones. It gives you the insta 100 shield where you can then conserve the rest of your utility. I think the benefit of being this far north is that as you're rotating in, a lot of the other POIs that are kind of on that northern part of the map have a very tough time of resolving their fights early. So there's always kind of these extra duos hanging around. And if you can loot up really quickly, like hop in one of those cars, get some chonkers tires on them, and start heading towards the zone, they're very good at finding someone kind of hopping out, using the MK7s, and either getting their necessary tags or just jumping on top of them. Like, Edgy is fantastic. I don't think he gets enough credit for how long he has been consistently at the top. When we talk about how Fortnite is such a high skill cap game, he's been there the entire time, Vivid.
Yeah, and you know, Edgy coming in today, he actually wasn't in yesterday, so maybe not potentially having the best season so far because they didn't even have enough series points to get into Session 1, but they are in Session 2. But a thing that worries me up at Sleepy Sound is that Scented and Cold actually found 0 success their day 1, or week 1 where the qualifiers 1 and 2 happened, so they actually switched their drops out, right? But Edgy and Tahi are going to land up here, so you know, we have these well-vetted players who are used to landing at Sleepy Sound that it isn't working for them, so I wonder if Edgy and Tahi will find a better success here.
Indeed. Well, I'm wondering as well whether Greasy Grove, we talked yesterday about Aegis and Rise versus Nounsy and Sprite. What's going to happen there? Aegis and Rise, a team as well that we came so close yesterday, Sundown, but it didn't quite happen. But hopefully, wind in sails, they're back today.
Yeah, the greasy spot is weird. We've seen these fights going down. They're no strangers to taking the early fights, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday, how if you were in kind of that first 50 pool of duos, just the raw number of games, you should have a shot. They were so incredibly close in so many circumstances, but they weren't quite able to get there, and you have to think whether or not that's going to be something that motivates them, or whether or not they carry over a little bit of that frustration into today. I think the first game will be very telling.
Yeah, we had some very eliminations actually, and then one of their other good games was a 6th place with 7 eliminations, so they definitely have the potential, but that all spawn fight kind of gets to them because as you can see they had 2 48th place finishes yesterday, and obviously that is off spawn deaths there. So as long as they can pick it up, clean up against Nounsy and Sprite, I think that they'll be good for today.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, actually. I think it's all going to happen. The off-spawns are so key, so important. We should talk about some POIs on the map we think is going to be quite contested as well, which could be really exhilarating for us to watch at home as well for you guys. We want to see that straight off the bat. We want to see going head-to-head. And it looks like Covert, Kevin, could be quite interesting. It looks like 3 teams could be dropping their Sundown. What makes it so lucrative as a POI for teams?
The simple answer is the vault. There's so much in there. The guaranteed launch pads are the biggest thing because then you know you're able to use a long pad in the 4th zone. If you end up in a tough position, then you still have one for the half and half out or using it in the 6th zone. On top of that, the different drop patterns here is even if you don't get it, there's so much stuff around the area that you can generally find enough to where it's just like, oh, we don't have the best position on the vault. All right, we're just going to grab the necessary supplies and then dip because you're still relatively central on the map, so you can get to the places where you need to go.
Yeah, but the worrisome thing about that vault is that usually when a team gets the key card, the other teams that are landing there like to kind of just wait it out. They love to wait for these teams to kind of bring the key card to them. And we saw yesterday plenty of times Scented and Cold kind of got trapped in the storm while the other team in a Day Fan kind of just sat there. Even when the storm was already there, they were still just waiting and waiting and waiting. So we'll have to see how that POI develops and if any team finds some luck in getting early access to that vault.
Yeah, speaking of the Storm we saw yesterday in the first couple of games, Storm Surge played a huge part of this as well. With those teams coming in who maybe didn't have the chance yesterday to experience that, it's going to be a very quick test for them to see whether they can keep up with the rest of the pack, who obviously had yesterday to kind of get ahead of the game as well. Let's look at Shifty Shaft as well, another POI, which is one which is always one fun to watch. Got a couple of teams landing here as well, Sundown. Again, another POI that seems very popular. Why do we like it so much?
I would argue to say we like it. I'm not a huge fan of actually fighting around here. We've seen some interesting splits. It's actually teams try to land towards the northern part of that little hill that's there to have the high ground priority. Once you commit and you're down in the mines, you're kind of committed, and there's not necessarily the best loot in there. You can definitely get 2 people up to fighting strength, and you can get some pretty quick access to metal. But the negative is, and we've seen this on a number of occasions, that if you get jumped on or if another team decides to come join that party, it's really tough to rotate out of Vivid.
Yeah, and we saw that Muzz and Avery were landing there yesterday, but we saw on that map right there, we suspect that Dubs and Omega and then Bank and Unreal will actually be landing there. So it appears that Muzz and Avery, a strong team coming in this, are actually choosing to find a new place to land, which could be detrimental to them, right? Because they got to be landing somewhere else that they don't know as well as they knew Shifty Chef. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. And then obviously Dubs and Mega coming in today, a new team joining us because they were not in session 1. They did not have enough points. So we will see what happens there.
Oh, it's going to get mighty feisty very, very quickly. I can't wait. We're talking about some POIs for you guys at home as well. Here's a little something called Where in the World, featuring some of our pros. Have a look at this.
Oh, it does get harder. Oh my god.
Let's go. I'm ready for the random patch of grass or like the random wall up close. I'm just not going to be able to understand.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is on the south side of Sleepy Sounds. This is looking towards the lighthouse behind it.
Oh, this is from Sleepy Sound, I think.
This is definitely Sleepy Sounds, I'd say.
This is that Sleepy Sound.
That is Sleepy Sound.
It's a little close, but...
Let's go. We are in Condo Canyon.
This is actually my drop spot, I believe. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Condo Canyon.
I'm not 100% sure. I just say Condo Canyon.
Oh, this is at Condo Canyon.
That is Kando... I don't know the name. Kando something? Kando Canyon.
Condo Canyon. Nice.
I'm just too goated at this or something. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, this one is such a hard one.
Uh-oh.
I think this is Bugle.
Meowscles Morsel.
Okay, no, this one is this one's in Coney.
Probably Tilted Towers because of the building.
Coney? I'm just guessing Coney. I'm not sure.
So the building looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say Tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, Greasy.
Easy. This one is so easy.
Blue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so.
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4.
Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shafts? Oh, wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great. Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I've not been here.
Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I would have never guessed that.
It's amazing, isn't it? The pros there saying, like, don't know what it is, never been there, don't drop there, haven't got a clue. And you think, you're like the top of the world right now. You should know all the entirety of it. But POIs, that's what's important to them. Where they land, they know it, they rotate from there, and that's what's important. That's how they're here, you know, competing to try and get into finals. We should obviously talk about our predictions for game one because we love to do this. Love to give a bit, you know, egg each other on, get a bit excited for each other, and see exactly who is doing well. I've gone for Slacks and Clarity G today, okay? Now, obviously,
Why
yesterday...
are you giggling, Adam? Why are you giggling?
I'm not giggling. We'll get on to that in a second, Sundown, and I'm sure we'll find out. Clarity G and Slacks. Obviously, I had to go for these guys. I think yesterday, 14th place, so got really close, but one of the few teams that actually managed to get eliminations in 4 out of 5 games, which is pretty strong, particularly when it comes to points. If they don't get a victory out today, I'm thinking they could at least go through on the points, those top 6 places. Walk us through Sundown. Walk us through your pick. That's original.
Yeah, very original. It seems like we might have read this one before. We talked about a broken clock being right and almost only counting in horseshoes and hand grenades. And Fashion Pamsow have almost qualified to the finals nearly every single time. They've been my prediction every single one of these broadcasts. And we've seen the moments, and you can see why they've had the results in other places, but they haven't put them there. And you're wondering why every single time, Sundown, you probably would change something. Well, my logic is they're going to make it to the finals. So eventually I'm going to be right.
Eventually, Sundown. Let's keep praying on that eventually right there.
Totally.
I am going to be praying on Agers and Arise doing well over at Greasy Grove. We know that they've been shut down a couple of times by Nounsy and Sprite. However, I'm going to go ahead and pick them today because I like the performances that they made in the end games when they got there. They had a 2nd place and a 6th place. So I think if they can get one more solid off spawn, get into the end game, then 100% they can qualify through to consistency. But I bet that they win a game today because they were playing so well in the end game. And then MDF and SBG, Qual and Magnolio for MDF, they got 17th yesterday, so a pretty solid pick right there. And then SBG picking Rokane and Joji, who got 12th, very close, only missing out by 1 point. So 2 very solid picks for those boys as well.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? At this point, we're naming teams that every single one of them is more than capable of going through. I'm praying for Pamstone and Fat Shear, Sundown. I'm praying for you because
so am I.
Riding this train.
What do you mean?
We're running this train for a while. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But let us know, on socials. Let us know who you think is going to go all the way here, who you'll be supporting as well. It's all about you guys as well getting involved, and that would make it so fun for us as well. Guys, it is that time. We are about to head into Game 1, Day 2 of semi-finals. Remember, in this format, 5 games, every victory royale, the winners go immediately through the finals. At the end of the day, the top 6 teams outside of those top 5 will go through as well, making 11 to join the 27 already qualified. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be huge. The hype is real. Let's head over to our casters. It's SBG and Monster ready and waiting in the wings. Fellas, over to you. What you got in store for us?
Thank you so very much, Adam. Yes, man, it's a new day, a day for the pro players to reset from yesterday. Big day of games we had yesterday, but I would say players, pros, it's okay. Hit your little reset button, right, SVG, and we can get right back on that power train all the way through to the finals.
Yeah, it's a new day too. You know, wasn't enough beard on the casting desk, so I had to join you. We had to get a little beer. There's too much on the analysis. But, you know, yesterday was one of the best days of Fortnite that I've seen in a long time. So today we gotta have high expectations, Monster.
I mean, absolutely. We saw how exciting the format could be, those wins mattering, and then, of course, those the top placing players, right? Being able to be consistent all the way through to the tournament. So there's a lot to play for here, and it really makes it for an interesting story. As we start to develop later, you'll see the narrative change a little bit. Players are going to want to root on those so they can win up at the top, but the battle bus is ready. So we're going to be hopping into game number 1. Let's get it.
All right, game number 1. This is the first one, setting the tone here. Yesterday, we saw so many players still up and at 'em after, let's call it the first 2 zones. It looks like a lot more contests happening here today, and this is going to be one of them, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. This is that drop spot, probably the most, I'd say, highly sought after location on the map right now. You think some of the other areas like the Sanctuary, right, that has those mythic ARs or other, you know, bigger loot available would be the more dominant and preferred choice of drop, but no. Instead, it's Covert Cavern. Look at how many players we have here, right? So you have a team up to the north. Obviously, we know about the llama split. It's a great and powerful drop. That's another kind of backup option from this general area, but for the most part, players are fighting for this vault.
Yeah, you got to get the key card, though, and the NPC doesn't make it too easy for you. He's going to give you a little bit of a fight back when he goes after it. So we'll see how these two play this out. Well, could be 3, could even be 4 if that llama split team comes over and tries to get involved in this. But early on, we're seeing a lot of contests here. So many players going down early. Looks like Pledge has already taken out Creo, and now these two looking to claim Camp Cuddle early in this first match.
Keep in mind, this is Creo's first appearance today as well, as he did not make it to the first day, the first round of players. So we are introducing a new wave, a fresh wave of 11, all equally as determined to try to make their way to the finals here. So the stage has been set. The pressure is on for them. And players like Teo and Pledge, who had a chance yesterday, right? They're warmed up. They got those early game jitters out the way, and the player count is revealing to that story. Take a look here. Already 86 remaining in the lobby. Yesterday, we had 94 players leaning into the first closing zone, and this time, pacing completely different. So those are, I'd say, players' advantage from yesterday coming in right now. Probably just, you know, shutting down those new players entering into the fold.
Yeah, and here's 2 new players as well. The duo of Edgy and Tahi, they talked about them on the desk. Really started off the season playing so well. They won the first Cash Cup of the season, and now we see exactly how they're going to play this out, because typically they've been uncontested on this north side, not necessarily going to be fighting teams, especially when Scented and Cold were landing on the south side, but they're no longer here, and we'll have to them for that.
That's very interesting. I thought like Smite and Larson actually move out. They decided to take on Mega and Dubs here. This is not a much easier choice, if I had to say so. But Mega in a full-on battle now, just looking to control this high ground. And as the veteran that he is, they should know better than to give up any, you know, weak opportunity to get jumped on. And look at this. This is where they shine most. This is where they shine best. It's in the one-on-one situations, 2v2, clean kind of battles. But Mega's going to get bested there. A little side angle. It doesn't matter as Dubs comes through, gets the trade here. Now looking for the full finish. Back to square one.
Yeah, just simply trading those opponents, and it's a no-win situation for either team now, because these reboots are so hard to successfully get off. We see Cold and Scented yesterday, they were trying so hard just to get one another back, but now Dubs is going for it, trying to get in the face. He gets some shots off, really not significant damage. They trade. Dubs is 1 HP, but can he hit the one shot he needs here?
Looking for the pre-fire here, doesn't quite find it, and man, talk about just cold-blooded here, sitting in the face of the AR, sitting in the face of the shots and the pressure. He manages to go ahead and extend that fight just a little bit longer, but Smite says, no, buddy, we are the veteran eliminators. They've been coming back and forth. First it was Sensei and Cold, now it's Mega and Doves. They're just adding players to the list of, again, players they've been managing to take out. These are battles won, and one with good cause, right? Like, look at this. It was a pretty even fight between the two. The highlight shows that, Dubs could have backed off. He could have done some other plays, but he just kind of threw in a towel there.
Yeah, shout out to Smite and Larson. They've been not afraid to take any fight. They're like, I don't care who you are. We are confident in our abilities, and it's shown to work pretty well for him thus far.
Yeah, for sure. Take a look at this. Reboot comes out. Smite going for a little build off here. Some shots are coming in, just giving himself a nice, strong, and comfortable area to work off of, just in case these opponents come on in, right? Just a little more territory, a little more domain to play off of here. Maybe put up a, I call it, bit of a front, right? A little bit of a facade over there. As we start looking at Fatch and Pamstu, I mean, at this point, when is Sundown just going to be successful? When is he gonna call the right crew here for Pamstu and Fatch? He's been betting all his chips on here and on this team day in and day out.
Oh, I gotta respect it though. He's sticking with his guys, and honestly, I believe in Fatch and Pamstu as well. They're very good players. They should be one of the top teams in this region that advance, but that's why you play the games, Monster. It's not necessarily a given. You have to figure out how to put yourself through in whatever lobby you're given. Just because you can succeed in the Cash Cup doesn't necessarily mean that's going to translate to the same players within this lobby.
I agree. Sensei and Cold are kind of the peak example of that. Dominating Cash Cup in duo performances, making them, a clear favorite for the casters and the community alike. And then all of a sudden we get down to the nitty-gritty here. The big boys come out to play these custom lobbies. Things are a lot more difficult than anticipated for Spareborn and the K-Burb. This could have easily been a pick for me. Instead, I went with another trio, but here we have it. It's head-to-head action right now. Sparebow lets his guard down there. You can see there's a duo sliding on in there. It's Gold and Crew. This is a rough spot to be in now as he's down a member.
Yeah, and I was watching the Elim feed very early on. This was a fight that's been happening for so long. These guys have been kind of going back and forth. We see K-Burbs is already down, and Sparebow's trying to smack with that heavy shotgun. That thing does hit when you can find some shots. He got the headshot earlier. Now just trying to give himself some space to work with, and the materials are starting to run a little bit low, so he's got to
that reboot, man. What is going to come about of this spot that he's found himself in? He has Zenki and Ducky right on the front side in a fresh unknown duo rotating from behind, which is Jackson and Fable Taco. That's right. They do land over at the windmills.
And that's a center of a first zone you can get. We see zones now going to pull to that southeast corner, but still fairly central when you see it. These zones are wide open, Monster, so this is a very tough rotate for a lot of teams as we get there. And, oh my goodness, nope. Rise are going to be able to get away.
I don't know about that. He's still sitting there. I think he's trying to time this pickup. But Agers didn't see Jackson, and Jackson didn't see Agers. They were both out in the open. And meanwhile, Agers is standing on that ramp. He went up to get the reboot card. And now he knows the vehicle is the dead giveaway. Take a look. He's aiming his cursor in that direction. He's like, oh, snap. There was a team here this whole time. Tension rising in the caster seats. But back over to Edgy and Tahi. They're just trying to make their rotate. They're trying to play this one out. Dead center is the location to probably be here, unless they haven't found any tags, and they'll be deciding at this point if it's worth jumping out here to take a quick fight. Uh-oh. Is it going to be against Larson and Smite, though? That'll be a big one. That's a scary young duo to fight right now.
Oh, yeah, and you know they're not afraid, but hold on. Look at this. We have two players trying to go for the reboot here. We know that Owl has the card. He came all the way from Chonkers, and Ager seems to know that there is a player here, so he's obviously aware of Owl in the vehicle. He's like, get out of here. This is my POI. I want to get my teammate back here. You go get your own. And now Ager's going to bring Rise back into this one. Owl's going to have to rotate and try and find something else, but both of them are well behind on this rotate. And that doesn't even include whatever time Rise is going to have to spend finding some weapons, finding some loot, and getting himself to a position where he's even worth it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You could just tell, man, Ager's going to go ahead and pick that one up. Does just enough to go ahead and fend him off. There is a duo waiting, though, on the outskirts there, looking inside. So pay attention to that feed to see what happens. And we're back to 91 players, so it dropped a few. We were like around 89, 88, and people have gotten successful reboots off. So this is going to be... oh, it's going to be a tough Storm Surge. It's going to be a tough warning coming in right now. 150 damage is the team that's lowest on the leaderboard for the Storm Surge at the current moment. For Clarity G and Slacks, they have a lot to worry about. Only 3 above, so this is surely going to start fluctuating here. They need to start finding players, and quickly.
This is reminiscent of game 1 yesterday with how stacked this is. Everyone has decided I'm not getting contested off spawn. I'm going to find my own spot and then take the fights later on. But another player has just come back in. We have 92 players now. So we went below 90. Now a couple more reboots come through, and now we're seeing everyone looking for those Storm Surge tags, but these tags at a distance only do so much if no one's getting eliminated. If no elims are happening, if we're continuing to keep the same number of players, someone has to get hit by Storm Surge. It needs to get below 70 before it goes away. It's not a timing thing. It's a number of players thing, and they're going to be able to see, oh, it looks like Smite is in some action there. We know those guys love to take fights, and Thatch is actually the one picking up Smite.
No, 2 things are guaranteed in life. One of them is having fun whenever you play Fortnite, and the other is Storm Surge. So, in this Fortnite competition, Storm Surge is surely here, and it's gonna do its work. It's gonna bring its numbers here. Rokane has to go open toe-to-toe exchange here. He finds a little baby tag, not the headshot he was hoping for. Another body tag there. Remember that the damage fall off is the most unfortunate part of this weapon. Yes, it's spot on and deadly accurate. You can aim down as long as you have that dot on the mark. It's going to hit. But unfortunately, it does not carry that same big pack of punch as the other rifle, the Ranger in the game currently does. Owl, though,
oh no,
bulldozing into a box. He's looking for the fight here. He was hoping to have someone reveal themselves with, in shotgun range. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite get that. Crack just gets, demolished as far as his shield goes, and this has gone from what was a very brazen and bold play into just a terrible decision for them. I think they realize that here, but what more can they do? Hold up. As I say that, though, Crack just finds himself elimination, so they buy themselves a little bit of time here. They can actually survive this.
Yeah, they were able to get above Storm Surge, too, and it looks like they were actually able to successfully get that reboot and get themselves in a position. But,
can't believe it.
Oh, no. Look, Rise is out again. Ager's playing by himself, and this is a worse position than he was before. Just barely above Surge, but more importantly, he's one player in a big lobby with not much to his name.
Yep. Not much to his name here. At least he has some minis. He has some builds to work with here, and still a small chance at finding his way to reboot van there. But being held by Quad Magnolia, I mean, that's my pick. They're currently in 13th place, so pretty solid game one. Off to a decent pacing here. On over to Owl and Cracked, who, again, I have no idea how Cracked managed to find that elimination there. They were in the worst of positions. Cracked didn't even have any shield when they entered into this fight there. So getting into a box, finding himself a little one piece, that's the strength of the heavy shotgun. Now they have the advantage here. Now they have the high ground, and they don't have as much pressure looming on top of them. For all we know, Sparebow down here could be the team underneath the Surge, and there's only one team, and they know that. So they're trying to push this here because that's just a sign of desperation coming from the other side, and all of a sudden, they get another 2, and look at that. Look at that. All that loot straight into their inventory.
Max only coming out of Cracked here. We see the big shots coming through with that heavy shotgun, and that's why you hold it. You got good aim. That thing is really worth holding. But now Cracked, and I will have to make a play here. We're going to see how Rise goes down. Agers makes a play. They're getting in, trying to get some Storm Surge damage, but not without losing his teammate first. Unfortunate. We'll have to go again, and hope game 3 is a little kinder to him.
Tough part about that is Rise and Agers did a great job winning the fight for the most part. They did their part. There was another team looking on in. More impressive how Agers got out of that afterwards, right? Because that should have been, that's it. Everything right there. 2v1 spot, no shield, and for him to still be up. So here you can see that he's just trying to play into this reboot van, but there is a team housed up right next to it. It's not going to be easy pickup by any means. Now, mind you, this reboot van is indestructible. So long as he can hide his toes, he's basically pretty safe there, and he's not gonna give his hand away just yet. He's close, but not just yet.
Yeah, once that sound goes off, that's like the key. It's the Batman symbol just pointing at him. Like, everyone look, this guy's a solo, and let's just throw everything we can at him. But Joji and Rokane getting in a fight on the backside of Storm. This is a pretty similar position to where we saw the rotate come through. Joji and Rokane in a good position, though. They got their elims, FaZe, Mega, and Dub also able to get some elims, but that's Cracked and Owl that gets caught in the crossfire here.
Tough elim right there, tough knock there. They're going down in the feed. They've had what was an exceptional play to stay in the game, basically, but looks like they were playing with house money. It's time to pay up. Deaths have been collected. Cracked is down. We wonder if Owl gets fully finished there, but Rokane and Joji here, only 3 points in the competition. This is desperate of them at this point to try and just, make do, right? They have all the ammo. They feel like, I'm assuming they have the advantage for the most part here, but they're not happy with this low ground. They're not happy with this pretty bad spot they're in, right? They have all these teams sitting comfortable up above them. They want to fight for a little bit more here.
Yeah, and everyone's going to have to rotate soon. So as much as they want to fight within one another, this only works for so long because you can't fight the Storm. It always wins. So we see Rokane going ahead, getting in, and this is one of those smarter plays. This is why he's a veteran. You see him putting that metal in place, and you back up. You're like, all right, let my metal get strong, then we'll go back to the base once it's fully built, and we can make some plays on some other players looking to rotate. Now tuning in with some other veterans in Avery and Muzz.
Yeah, very experienced duo right here as well. 350 damage above. But Avery eyeing up the build piece in front of him. Now, mind you, these are getting weakened by another opponent, so that might be the opportunity to go ahead and jump on in. We've seen surprise plays like that happen before. Agers still alive here, somehow holding on. But for how much longer can he? As he is now 140 damage below the Surge. Clarity and Slacks are the opponents in mind here, the closest duo to him. The next up, if you will, for Agers as far as who he's going to target if he has to jump in a box. He doesn't have a great loadout to jump in a box either. Now that I'm looking at it, no SMG in hand, so a bit out of the loop here.
Yeah, this is where you need that heavy shotgun to hit a headshot from a distance and then dive the other player. Like you said, you can't necessarily jump in on someone, especially if they have the SMG. You're just not going to win that trade. So he's going to start going for the piece control, trying to claim pieces and get in on Clarity over here. Ultimately, he's got to make a play soon because Storm Surge is going to start hitting him. And we do see Clarity. He's keen to it. He's like, I don't need to fight you, man. I'm going to back off. You have to come into my builds. And if you want to take this fight, I'll give it to you, but we're gonna fight on my terms.
That's right, and if they're paying attention, they'll start listening in and hearing the sound cues of the surge happening right above them, but Aegis will also be very much aware to the fact that he can make this edit and go straight up. He's gonna wait it out though. One player has to go down. He's gonna lean into the med kit here. He thought about going for it, and I think his timing is off now. This is as unfortunate as it can get for someone. He is the sole player. Slacks and Clarity recognize it. They hear it. They look at the map. They look at the number count. They're like, yep, it's just him. Let's go get him. And they find it. Quick snipe up right there. That's 3-point swing for them. Whom, by the way, they're already inside the top 10. So very, very important elim. Very important refresher as we start approaching this endgame.
As the rotates come through, we see Joji and Rokane. This is that elim they were able to pick up earlier. Just both players taking those aim duels. Look at that. Hey, that's what you put your practice in for. That's what you need. The SMG getting the fire and both of them able to win those fights. And now they're flying through. We knew they had the chili chug splashes. Whoa. So, oh my, where are we going?
Joji slipping and sliding right through those builds there. It's always so scary when you jump in a box with an opponent, but now with the sliding mechanic, man, it just makes it feel just a little bit different. It hits different as Joji gets sniped up right there. Those opponents are not going to allow him to get too far away. End up closing that gap, even with the speed advantage they had under the peppers here. And look at this, man. They had everything they could have asked for, all the big loots.
What's up, guys? It's Balexi Beast. See if the audio's working. What's up, guys? It's Balexi Beast. Alright. Audio's working. Just fine. What's up, guys? It's Balexi Beast. Right now, we're in the middle of the semifinals in FNCS Fortnite competitive. In the middle of the game, a giant hole just appeared by Tilted Towers. Now, there is rumored to believe that Tilted Towers will sink into the ground. Let's go check out this hole. Like, that's crazy. What if someone's drop spot literally just got ruined because of this hole on Fortnite competitive? The earthquakes are starting to take effect to the island. There's a slurp truck here. Once again, This just appeared on the Fortnite island. So much brick is here, too. Make sure to like and subscribe for more random updates like this. Mm-hmm. You think she would care if I smoked while I was driving? Well, then she shouldn't go. Bye. What's up, guys? It's Beast. Right now, we're in the middle of the semifinals in FNCS Fortnite competitive. In the middle of the game, a giant hole.
That's how close we were to victory, but like, no, you just gained a plethora of points that go towards that leaderboard. So you got to keep your mind in the game and make sure that you are looking at all the win conditions here.
That's right. Keep your mind in the game. I love that from you, Vivid. You can see on the screen right now our two qualified winners going through after games 1 and 2. We have Nounzy and Sprite, of course, in game 2 there. We had Pledge and we had Teo joining them next week. And we're now up to 28 teams, if my maths is correct. I say never do maths on broadcast. I did it there. I think I'm correct. I'm going to roll with it. Guys, over to you for the leaderboards as well. Sundown is looking pretty. And, you know, I'm eating my own words here. Nosh and Gooba are top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's what I said. Keep an eye on that bottom left-hand corner. The team number represents where they're at on the leaderboard, and they're right there setting the pace currently. But the pace has also slowed down a little bit after last game as we keep an eye on that 6th place line. Knifer and Byla able to just scoot themselves up. They're there at 56, but we can see the average points has just slipped a little bit lower. Now it's 28 average for that 6th place spot, and only 3 points separating 6 and 7.
Yeah, and Slacks and Clarity holding strong there, 9th position, still in striking distance. Adam, what are your thoughts on your prediction right there?
I'm feeling good. Again, I think it was Slacks went down earlier in that last game there. So, you know, I think it's proving that you kind of do need to have both players, at least till like the 8th zone to kind of really stand a chance, I think personally. But still, I'm feeling good. I think all of our teams we predicted are there or thereabouts in the kind of top 10. So there's 3 games to go. Anything's possible, but I'm feeling confident. Let's see how MDF and SVG are feeling as well as we head into game 3. It's looking very, very exciting over here. How about you guys? How's it for you?
Hey, we're just warming up. Things are just getting started. We're approaching the halfway mark here at SBG, but the few prestigious games are starting to run thin now.
Oh yeah, this has been a great start, but ultimately it's like 2 tournaments in one, because you get those victory royales and then you also get the placement, the consistency. So it's multiple stories that we're watching here, and we've seen Beef and Nick really strive and make it to these end games, and I want to see them take that next step, or you know, they could just be our beautiful story for the day, consistently making those end games and run away with that leaderboard.
Definitely. And remember, one thing to really think about, guys, is teams start to win, they are no longer allowed to participate in the next queue. So these are drop spots that get to open up.
Yeah, they definitely are. But hey, somebody was already landing with Teo and Pledge. Creo and Vert were trying to play there. They wanted that drop spot, and apparently people were going after Agers and Rise down at Greasy at their drop spot. So I mean, everyone's thinking that same thing. Great minds think alike, Monster.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate seeing Rise get taken out there inside Greasy. Teams rotating a little bit quicker than he might have anticipated, but maybe even landed on him. We didn't get the full story there in the early game. So hopefully our observers can go ahead and check in with Agers and Rise to see, you know, what's going on down there. Has someone decided to kind of invade the space here, or was it just a missed timing for them down there? But either way, Agers and Rise, surely a team that can, you know, pop off now, right? When they were contested, they were still pulling top 10s, still being very much competitive in the overarching scheme of things. Now that they're, you know, their team, right? The team that they were going head-to-head, Nounzy and Sprite are no longer there. They still have a shot to qual. It's almost the same like we saw with between Macwood and Donnie, Bucky and Cam, right? These are teams that had everything in their power to qual over at the Bugle, but they all pushed through to finals. So now it's the same problem. It's if anything, it's an even bigger problem. They have a drop spot that's highly contested, and teams are landing there. So we'll see how it all unfolds. The story's just beginning here. Game number 3 is underway.
Game number 3, and we will see where we're going to wind up and who winds up taking this one home. We've seen some contests happen here at Covert, and that's where we're going once again. These players are trying to decide who gets what piece of this and who gets to push somebody off. It seems like nobody's changed their mind thus far. Princess Wolf doesn't get any shots, a little too timid, doesn't pull the trigger quick enough to get any shots done, and now we'll see where AMT and Princess Wolf go. They've typically rotated out of here. It does look like 20 and Co are still fighting up at that northwest corner on the map. Interesting that you've decided, I guess now 7-8 games, they've decided to fight for, I think it's 8 chests.
Yeah, trying to battle it out here. Not much, but a little something here. On over to Cracked and Owl. whom we've had seen some small successes, but this time here stuck at 10 points right now in the competition. Contested over at the Chonker Speedway. In the feed there, Serbsky goes down to static, so other small fights unfolding on the map. Owl's gonna get taken out there before he even gets touched down by Cooped Imposed. We're up in top 16 at the current moment with 30 points. Much better positioning in the overstay of the story here, but hold up. Pose comes on down, they find themselves a little Obama, okay. So now things are looking up for them.
Yeah, coming out of Chonkers with a llama, you're already gonna get a ton of chug splashes, but now getting those chili chugs. But we're tuned into Kondo. Looks like Zuck has taken down HD. Him and Freeze went off spawn once again. So this is now just rolling off spawn. At this point, I mean, you almost welcome the contest. If you're just winning every time, it's free points, it's free surge, and free shield.
And it's keeping them competitive on the standings now. That's an extra 6. Now, you know, closing things in. Stronghold on that 4th place position. On the other side, a team that needs a lot more. They want to jump up to that top position. Those big spots here, Mega and Dubs. Contested up against Larson and Smite. All of which you have had exceptional couple of rounds this last few days. Mega, same story like before. Okay, so he gets high ground. It's pretty clear that they know how to play up. This is what game 1 looked like.
Shifted into creative mode here with that little crank, and now everyone's going right back down. Larson taking a big amount of damage there from Mega, but now he's in the box, has the control, he goes down. They're getting third-partied, and Dubs is able to get Larson. This is similar to what we saw in game 1. Another team inviting themselves into this fight. Dubs not able to do enough to take down both players, and he might be able to get Mega here. This is a really good breaking line of sight to be able to try and get this. Ooh, oh no, it's not gonna work.
Nope, here comes the shots. They end up finding them. It's Unrealiana and Bank who rotate in. They don't even have any points here, so they're just desperate to try to find these rotates here, get some elims, and Dubs could not clutch up, unfortunately, there. Lets his guard down. Oh no, actually, wait, that was just Mega's down by. Okay, Dubs gave up Mega. He goes for the trade, gets inside the shifty shafts. So Bank and Unrealiana, so it makes sense, you know, they actually were the ones who got the knock there. You can see the elim come through. So they wanted to come in, get the full finish. They might be thinking, though, they do have a decision to make. Do we risk it all and get inside this base here? They find Smite. So now they're probably really feeling it like, hey, it's a 2v1. We got these extra mats, little weapon upgrades. There's more confidence here, if anything, than there was before now.
And hopefully that doesn't give them a false sense of security, because they just knocked and finished a player, then they got a full finish. So they're probably thinking, all right, hey, that was a full duo, and now we're chilling. We're just going to farm our metal. But Dubs is lurking, and he's going to want to grab that reboot card. I don't know if Dubs is going to be bold enough to make a play there. We're tuning in with Agers and Rise here, who had some struggles at this part of the game in the last match. Seem to be doing all right. As far as I can tell, there's nobody in the surrounding area, and they're going to be able just to, for once, take a deep breath, grab their loot, farm up, and put themselves in a good position.
And this is the time you want to do it. Game 3. Things are getting, getting into the deep end at this point now. All right, you got to learn how to swim at this point. Otherwise, you'll find yourself sinking to the bottom here. For Nosh, Goofy, they're up there. They're swimming. They're doing pretty great, if I say so myself. 72 points in the competition here, leading the pack right now. Amongst the Wolves, Rokane and Joji. Different story for them. Not as good as they'd like. That last game pretty rough. Big clutches, but was it Joji, right? Joji got caught on the rotate there, slammed out.
Someone grabbed his doubles above him. Just quickly clean that up. Some SMG spray. You walk through a box that's not yours, you're gonna wind up paying for it, and that's what happened. Now we see Creo and Vert. They have their POI all to themselves with Pledge and Teo winning that one, and we see much better position. You don't have to fight off spawn. You don't have to put yourself in a stalemate trying to figure out who gets to play that POI. Now they're even grabbing a solid mountain or hill to go get some surge tags, but it's looking like somebody else wants a piece of that, and that's Clarity and Slacks.
It's a great shot here as well, just to kind of sum up what's about to go down. Two teams, right? Really sizing each other up here, both building out of wood, so that's an offensive stance. If you really think about it, like, hey man, what's up? What do you want to do? Moving quick.
We ain't planning to stay here too long, so I don't want to spend any hard mats.
Over to Blaze here. Look at this. They jump in, they find Dubs. Dubs is just trying to hang out, right? He was low key. He's been here for a while, but this zone is right on top of Shifty. I mean, this is going to be the next hot spot players start to move through.
Yeah, and it was right after the reboot happened. Rarely do you see a successful reboot where a player is able to come back, get enough to make themselves kind of legitimate within the lobby, you know, because until you get a decent bit of mats, some heals, and a loadout, if you're kind of just a player running around, you're not necessarily a legitimate threat to anyone. But now we're seeing another fight happening here. We saw Smite fighting earlier on. Chubbs and Twix were on the opposite side of that this time, and now it looks like Sparebow and K-Burbs getting themselves involved with this duo.
Yeah, and it's a little more center here as well, so we're gonna have some time to fight this one out comfortably. It's Sparebow and K-Burbs on the other side of the wall. Chubbs and Twix right now, feeling things out. They kind of sneak their way around. A lot of these builds are actually there, surprisingly, but Chubbs, the fatal error, unfortunately could not hit the shot, and that's the shot you need to make. That's the shot that'll determine the battle for you. Missing that, and now all of a sudden, look at this. They're at a huge disadvantage here. Shots coming in from all around. Free time's up.
Too many people, too. Like, they're right in the middle of the lobby right now. Everyone's going to be seeing this, especially as they keep going up, and Sparebow and K-Burbs are playing this well. They're like, hey, we'll just chill down here below in the builds. We don't need to get involved in cranking up and up and up. We'll take the damage. You guys can come right back down to us, and we'll relax here because they're the ones hitting their shots every single time. They drop them in. There's one big piece. Twix is weak. K-Burbs is also weak. Sparebow's trying to help, but he's getting held out. Can K-Burbs do enough? Yes, there's some shots there. 1 HP on K-Burbs. Sparebow trying to help his teammate, but right now he's unable to do anything.
Look at that. He's going to swing around the side here. I can't believe K-Burbs still standing here, guys. 10 HP in the small dream. And all of a sudden, Sparebow and K-Burbs do enough to just fend them off for a little bit here. SMG shots coming through. They're trying to see if they can rip through these builds, find any kind of cheeky tags right now to turn this battle back around. But Chubbs and Twix getting shot from another team, too. That's that same one that was off in the distance. And look at this. They're going to reveal themselves. These are white tags. I don't think Sparebows gives this one away. Nope. Someone else managed to snipe it up. It's actually Ritual on the other side, but Nevify as well here gets one. So they end up actually getting both of the elims from long range right there. I mean, that's 6 points that Sparebow and K-Burb could have surely used right now. It's looking like it's going to have to come down to a victory royale for Sparebow and K-Burb.
Definitely is going to, and we saw them in the last match of Game 5 yesterday. They were in the position. They just ran out of material slightly too soon, and Peterbot put on a show. But ultimately, they've been going for the wins. They're not simply just trying to play for that consistency. So already in the bag, they got a plan, I would assume. Now we're seeing all these players. It's that Storm Surge tag phase where everyone's hanging out in their box. They're like, all right, you're opening your window, I'll take a shot at you. You're rotating, I'll take a shot at you. And they're just throwing shots around, letting everybody get a tag. Now we see Nosh and Goofy Goober, though, trying to find some plays here on the backside, rotating late.
Yeah, these vending machines definitely come in handy. You can find yourself the ammunition, maybe some minis as well. So quick check there. But they're outside the storm line right now. That's going to give any other team much more confidence. Shots coming in. These vehicles are really, really exposed. The window's completely wide open, so this is a tough spot to be in now. Another machine here. Okay, things settle down, so the opponents are going to back off. You know, a little reset right now, right? For Nosh and Goober, they have a lot on the line right here. They are currently leading this tournament. So, you know, in their mind, maybe they're taking a different approach. Maybe like, hey, listen, let's slow down. Let's just get some points. But we've seen teams that mix up their playstyles actually be the, you know, to the detriment, right, of their overall game. You don't want to play too slow.
Yeah, and you got to feel comfortable with the amount of points you have. That's probably why they were chilling behind in the storm. They were just waiting, letting people get their fights, their rotates done. They're like, we'll take whatever's left. We're already doing well. We just need to make it in. Now here's another team that needs to have a big match here in Agers and Rise. High expectations leading into this tournament. these guys have underperformed based on expectations. Also have not got enough Storm Surge monster. These guys are struggling once again. The rotate isn't good enough, but uh-oh. Are we about to see a pre-edit play?
Yeah, definitely. You saw right there. He set it up. There goes the walls. They're looking to take them all the way through, but no. Did not aim at the right box. That's what happens here. Now team's starting to opt to shoot inwards. This is all they want, though. All they want is real tags here, so big exchanges there. Not enough yet. Just barely. 18 above. With that fall-off damage, that's all they can do at this point for body tags. 20 reciprocal. Get a moment to breathe here. Aegis and Ryzo, no more excuses now. Completely free on their drop spot. Greasy Grove is theirs. They managed to get out.
And Aegis and Rise seem to be in a better position. They're finding enough tags. They're finding enough players to shoot at. And worst case scenario, if you go down below, you're jumping on the players below you. This is the first time they've even had the possibility to do that. Otherwise, it's just been, I'm running for my life. I'm trying just to stay in this match. And it's a much different position once you've fully farmed up. You're actually in zone and now just looking for Storm Surge tags and able to get more than enough. I mean, we've seen Aegis hit 200 plus damage, but now we're seeing Riv trying to sneak on, you know, a little crouching, going in behind these guys, but nothing gonna happen, nothing gonna come out of that. And it sounds like someone just got cracked, so that's a big sound cue to tell you it's time to jump on somebody.
Yeah, look at this. Dayfan aim in onto Noisy here, who's also below the Surge. The clock's ticking at this point, man. Everyone's really starting to get active here. The Surge is already lighting things up. 1 HP onto Noisy as the tag comes in. Look, he's just you know, blowing him, and it's over. He's gonna have to get that splash in, and he does right in time. He almost thought about mining there. You saw that, right? You saw that, SVG. He switched to it. He said, oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
No. Splash. That was almost wraps. Okay.
That's those quick moves that save you, you know? But I don't think it's gonna save him for too long. Somebody else is coming in.
Yeah, his teammate's down. These are big tags. That's gonna put him up above. A little too late. Little too late for that play right there.
Glace and Chucky looking to clean this up. They already just took down the last place curse, so they gotta know Noisy's a solo somewhere. Noisy's gotta get out of this area because Chase, Glace, and Chucky, I almost just threw their names together. But Rise and Aegis now in their own little engagement going on here, and somebody's knocked in those boxes. Looks like that's Freeze. He's gonna go down. Low control from up top there by Zuck and pushing out Rise and Aegis for the time being. Aegis able to grab the body, get all that loot, and that's all they wanted. They're good now. You guys enjoy your fight. We're out.
Massive refresher, and that's the same team that was just down there. They've been looking to take this fight for quite some time here. 20 actually still up as well. He's going to find statics there, so look at this. Now we have three different duos sitting on top of one another here. So these are teams that converged on in, try to get a piece of this fight. I mean, you know, Aegis and Rise welcomed this with open arms. They weren't looking too hot before. You saw them 18 damage above the surge threshold. So for them to actually find these clean elims and then pick up the loot is massive for them, considering they didn't really have much just moments ago. We're talking like the difference in 30 seconds, how your tournament can all of a sudden swing in such a positive direction. So now that they have their bearings and the tags, can they do enough to make it to endgame? Here's a quick look at Tyler and Riv Natra on the other side. Tilted Towers, my gosh, there's so many teams here. Surge coming in, it's hot. Being below, though, forces them into other battles.
And they are just trying to find Surge like everybody else. These are all Surge fights. You know, typically they happen whether you want them to or not. We see Noisy able to get that one right when he was able to switch to that Chug Splash. Just keep him alive, like you so perfectly pointed out. And now we're into this mid-game area where a lot of players trying to claim their space. We'll see a lot of infighting between players that are next to one another. And one of the teams not even in the zone yet are Edgy and Tahi again, struggling in this early to mid game. They haven't been getting the surge. They've made it past third zone, but that's about all I can say right now.
Yeah, this is one of our, you know, just S-tier players as far as individual performances go. Man, Edgy's got a resume like none other, as does Tahi. Just a high-tier competition. Some of our most experience that we have in this space, but 13 points in a tournament like this, and a customs tournament is not what you expect of someone like Edgy.
Definitely not. But they are one of those teams where at any moment they can win a game. You know, like at any moment it's one game and that's all they need.
Knife from Bila. First time we see him get up on a drop here. This is right inside the zone. Fourth zone, aiming dead center. Little piece of high ground terrain in play here. But for the most part, it's all vanilla. It's open field. Grasslands here to play with. Knifer and crew, remember, you get that guaranteed launch pad, so this is going to be really big for them. Fresh heals
picking
as
that
well.
up. Picking that up is massive after even getting that llama too. So they have the chili chug splashes, they have that movement plus the pad. I would expect them to play for height once again. We see Zaka, and he was also able to grab a llama at some point. He's not in as good of a position as Bahila and Knifer though, because he's a solo. He's got very little builds. He's getting chased down here on the backside of Storm. It's only a matter of time unless he could do something special here. And he's just trying to stay up, trying to look for some angles, but it's only a matter of time. He's not got enough to do it. Wall to wall, the shot misses.
Hello?
Oh, Zuck, hit some shots, you might have it here. These guys giving him way too much opportunity.
Yeah, everyone's nervous. That's what that looked like for a second there. They were right next to one another. Zuck didn't even fire. I don't think he realized that he got fired at first. Edgy finds himself a knock onto Pamstu in the feed there. That's actually huge for them. Definitely needed it. There goes the finish. Play catches Fatch too, so okay. It had to be a lobby focus, judging by where they were positioned before. Take a look at this. They run into the loot here. Not much yielded from it though. As you can tell, barely any metal and brick onto Edgy here, so it cost them a fair amount of material just to try to secure this, and there was nothing on the bodies of Pamsto and Fatch here. On the other side, Nosh just gets picked up here, so Goofy trying to hold on. 80 points right now, so they actually overtake our #1 seeded team now. We have a new leader in the space here.
And they're looking good. 80 points already out of 3 games. That was beautiful by them, and we'll check out exactly what happened with these eliminations and how these players were able to take all those out. We see Tahi getting chopped out from the bottom here, but not before Wrigley gets dropped into him. He'll take that. I mean, any day you get a body dropped right in you, free refresh. Hello, it's Christmas all over again.
Yeah, and a launch pad. That's very, very crucial to this whole story here. That's a win condition. They're in the end game. They pull half in, half out. You know, are the lucky stars aligning now? You have to ask yourself that question. I think for Knifer and Bila as well. Multiple launch pads potentially coming into this late half. They weren't too far off as well from this zone. They were dead center. So they had should have had a pretty decent time making it on in. Here's my pick. Quad Magnolia right now.
And most players
finding their way on up.
Most players were in this zone. They were able to make these rotates fairly easily, but it's going to be so many players fighting for such little space within this zone as everyone falls within this 5th zone, and we can see exactly how many players are just piled up on top of one another. Creo and Vert, Agers and Rise able to make it in. Yuz and Okus are still alive, so a lot of our top contenders still in this, and it looks like Quad Magnolia trying to find some shots here, looking for plays. Now, just making a little rotate, back, checking out what's going on. They're in a good spot. Tahi's picking up another elimination there. Looks like Lava Boy and Shark Girl are going to go down, but Tahi's going to pay for that by getting knocked himself. And Edgy and Tahi are just both eliminated. They're gone.
To the hands of Chucky and Glace there. They had everything. We just talked about that win condition, but now it exchanges hands into Glace and Chucky. That's a big for them, especially since they've been actually on fire this round already. Chucky and Glace knocking out a couple other big competitors too just a bit ago, so things are heating up. Keep them in mind as another team enters into the fray. These win conditions are the ones you really have to look out for. That is what matters right now. Knifer and Bila still in play. Nosh and Goofy here looking to size things up. Fable, Taco, and Jackson aiming for the height here. They're in 6th place so far. I'm feeling like they're getting their confidence rolling here as we still have Agers and Rise finally in an endgame. We have not seen them make it this far yet today.
Looking healthy too. This is the best position they've been in thus far. I mean, We've seen them take these high ground positions in 7th, 8th zone and try and go for the win. Right now, it's going to be 20 and Reciprocal trying to play for it. Knifer and Vila looking to play a little bit different of a position this game. They're going for that low ground, not wanting to go and jump on height. Brocane, Joji picking up a couple of elims there. Vila, Knifer trying to get that double piece, get these guys off their bottom layer, and they've now been cut off. Gonna have to rotate in a different position, wait to see where zone goes. We got a couple of seconds here, Monster, and see till we see where the rotate's coming from.
I'm loving this slow play that we're watching right now. A lot of teams recognize, like, hey, listen, I don't actually have to play for height just yet. There's a lot of teams in motion right now. Let's just go ahead and, wait it out. Bide our time, and look at this. Nosh is gonna find themselves a nice pickup right there alongside Gooby. Pick up the loot, so out comes the rotate instead. 4 elims for them. The builds get broken that they were gonna connect to. And all of a sudden, high ground 20 way up top with Reciprocal, and they're doing that good old-fashioned wide split there. And look at how they have so much commanding presence over the rest of the lobby here. You know, the world is in their fingertips at this point, and Nosh tries to make his way on up. Hold up. Goofy and Nosh actually almost attempted a high ground retake there. They called back on the play. Down on the bottom, though, Ryzen Agers, they're leading the rotate.
And they're still up with 4 eliminations. They're going to need to start looking for refreshes as those materials dwindle. Reciprocal and 20 doing a great job of just holding height, but now is the time where it starts going crazy and everyone starts trying to grab that position. If Ryzen Agers can just play this low ground, it looks like they found some of their old builds. They've stumbled into an old base of theirs, and that is beautiful. That is what you want to see, but Knifer and Vila also trying to play that position. Nosh grabbing an Elim, but not without losing Goofy. He goes down. Ultimately, it's going to be up to him, but he's going for the revive.
This is a good pickup. He's going to have enough time to go out and do it, but the zone's pulling straight north, so he is going to have to get him up quick and then get a move on it. Reciprocal and 20 could be running out of material, guys. Do not count them for a free victory royale. They're still going to have to fight their way and battle it out. Right now, the fact that they're not even shooting down on Nosh means that they're not paying as much attention here. They have to be very careful. Nosh looking up here. He's thinking about it. High ground looking a little bit weak on some wood builds, too. Well, what are they going to do with this? They don't have the map, though. Down they go. And they're just starting to run out. No, Goofy goes down. That's a 2-man team on the other side of the wall here. Nosh realizes it. Out to the side he goes. Top 10 for him. Not bad. He's still in this.
Just diving into Storm, trying to play backside. Don't look at me, guys. I'm not here. He gets an Elim. That's big. That's some more points. And 110 should be putting them easily in that qual range with the